Chapter 1. The Keep on the Crags. The road climbed like a scar through the mountains, a seam of cracked stone barely wide enough for two riders abreast. Frost clung to the ruts as if it had grown there, brittle and thick, and every hoofball sent pale powder whispering into the gullies where scraggled brush lay curled like sleeping spiders. No birds called. No fox's track crossed the Rhine. The silence had the weight of a vow. Lord Roderick Vale rode at the head, his cloak stiff with cold, the mail beneath it gnawing at his shoulders with each sway of his warhorse. 20 men followed in single file, their breath rising in weak ghosts around their helms. A cart creaked behind them, piled with salted meat, lamp oil, coils of rope, spare shields, and a chest wrapped in wax leather that held the seals and records of House Vale, slender book spines and brittle deeds that would be worth more than swords if a claim had to be argued rather than won. "It stares," said Sir Halden Pike, the captain, tilting his chin at the crags ahead. "See it? The narrow tower. Any man with one good eye, and a bow could bleed us where we stand." "Then we'll ride quick and low," Roderick answered without looking. He could feel the keep before he saw it, a presence perched on the ridge like a raven that had learned patience. The air tasted of iron. He had tasted it once before, in the courtyard of his boyhood when his father's servants scrubbed the stones with steaming water and lie at dawn, after a night of screaming had stopped. A novice from the conclave, Armand, all worn leather and ink-stained fingers, urged his mule forward. "My lord," he said, with the timid bravery of a scholar addressing a man in steel, "the annals speak of a bell that could be heard 3 valleys distant. If there are men still garrisoned, surely it would ring at our approach." Roderick's mouth thinned. "It rang last when I was 12, he said. "I remember, because the sound shook the water in my tooth cup. After, my father had the bell taken down and the rope burned in the yard. He said bells draw wolves and worse." "Wolves don't heap bronze," Sir Halden muttered. "These did," Roderick said. He could feel the old words settling between them like winter dust, unwanted and fine. He had not come to brood on the dead years. He had come to take back what was his land, walls, name, before the Valley Lords argued in council that House Vale had ended with his father's madness and his mother's wasting, before some cousin with a forged grant began collecting rents that belonged to him. He had sent announcements, gathered men, sold 2 bracelets that had belonged to his grandmother for salt beef and cheese. He had ridden 3 weeks through country where the villages grew meaner with each day, and every door seemed barred against some tale no one wished to finish. When the fortress finally came into view, the column slowed without command. The ridge bent like a knuckle, and there it sat, a long-backed thing of dark stone fused to the mountain as if it had clawed its way out of the bones of the earth, and then decided to sleep. Its towers rose at hard angles, half broken on the windward side, cut black against a sky the color of old tin. No smoke drifted from the chimneys. The gatehouse crouched low, projecting over the road, its portcullis teeth rusted but present. In the ditch before the walls, water had frozen thick and white, so still it looked like polished glass. "That bridge is rotten," Sir Halden said. 2 steps, and we'll go straight through." Roderick studied the timbers. They were dark with age and frost, but he could see pins of new iron glinting faintly in the span. Someone had driven those within the past season. "It will hold," he said. The certainty ran along his spine like an unwelcome hand. He put spur to his horse. At the crest of the bridge, the wind knifed through his cloak and under his gorget, and for a heartbeat he thought he heard the low hum of a voice rising from the stone. Not speech, not song. A note, almost too low to perceive. The tone men make when they're trying not to be heard. "Ho, the gate," Sir Halden bellowed. His hail clanged off the walls and died without answer. They halted before the iron-barred mouth of the gatehouse. The portcullis hung a palm's breadth above the sills as though lifted and then abandoned mid-breath. The chains were furred in rust the color of dried blood. A smear of grease showed beneath, thick and black, fresh as morning pitch. "Someone lives," Armand whispered. "Or something," said a pikeman with a gap where his front teeth should have been. Roderick turned in his saddle. "2 files, shields up," he said. "Halden with me. Jory, take 4 and circle the ditch. If there's a sally door on the north side, mark it. No one strays. If a man vanishes from sight, he vanishes from my service." The men dismounted with the stiffness of cold. Boots thumped. Leather creaked. They made a hedge of shields and pushed into the throat of the gate, the iron above them like a jaw with flaked teeth. Inside, the passage ran deep and narrow. Murder slits pocked the walls. Roderick's torch painted weak orange on old mortar. Something had nested in one of the embrasures. A tumble of bones and old straw crumbled when a shield brushed it, sending a soft rain of dust that smelled of mouse droppings and damp rope. The passage opened into the inner yard. He had not realized he had kept breath until he let it go. The yard was wide and sunken and ringed with broken galleries. A well crouched near the center with its capstone set crooked. A long house of blackened timber stood along the eastern wall, roof tiles missing like bad teeth. Rack poles leaned in a knot near the smithy, hooks empty. Near the stables a trough lay tipped, and the winter ice in it had frozen in waves as if captured mid-slop. All of it felt arranged, not tidy, not stirred by work. Arranged, the way a dead man might be posed before his mourners filed past. "Listen," Armand said. They listened. The wind hissed through gaps. Somewhere far in the masonry, a single drop of water began falling with a pulse as regular as a heartbeat. And then, faint from a high place, a sound like a finger drawn over stretched gut, the string of a vial quivering to life.
C'era il tempo indi.
There, on the western wall, the narrow tower stood, a spine of stone with arrow loops and a toothless crown. Roderick's gaze climbed it and found a ladder of iron spikes set into the masonry. Near the top, a shutter hung askew on a crooked hinge. The sound seemed to creep from that slit. "Leave it," Roderick said. "Walls first. We open the granary. We see how much dry wood remains. We find the cistern and decide whether the water can be drunk or needs boiling." "You mean to stay," Sir Halden said. "Not quite a question." "I mean to hold," Roderick answered. "If men see smoke rising from these chimneys after sundown, some will come to sell us bread and onions, or to ask after work, or to spy. All 3 are gifts if we take them properly. And if something else comes?" asked the pikeman with the gap tooth. Roderick looked at him. "Then we give it names, and names of lords." That was bravado, and both men knew it, but it steadied their hands. He set them to tasks, smash the ice from the troughs, rake the cinders from the forge, kick in the door of the longhouse, and sweep the rat nest from the inside hearth. Armand fetched the chest of records and, shivering, spread one parchment at a time on the step of the hall to weigh the keep's old inventories against what might still be hidden in the dark. There had been barley once, and smoked trout in casks, and tallow candles enough to last half a year. There had been a bee house on the south wall walk. There had been men, 49, 3 cooks, 1 boy to turn spits. There had been a midwife. There had been a singer without a tongue. On the 3rd page, the ink changed from brown to a black so neat and fresh it could have been set yesterday. Armand frowned. "My lord," he said, "this hand is not old." Roderick knelt beside him. The letters were keen and spare, marching in clean lines without blot or tremor. "The keys are in the mouth. Do not ring the metal. Feed the stairs before dark." Below, in the same hand, a list. 23 lengths of chain, small 7 iron hooks, long 20 loaves, 3 salted, 17 sweetened children, 6. Armand's lips moved. "Children?" Roderick's gaze rose, slow, to the windows of the longhouse. They stared back at him as if they'd never seen a man. "Someone has made jests in a dead man's book," he said. "Tear out the page and keep it. If a jester shows his face, will decide the price of his fort. Jory returned from his sweep with 2 men and a story buckled tight behind his teeth. North side has a side door, he said, barred within. But, my lord, there are tracks in the snow along the outer wall. Not fox, not goat, barefoot, small. Old, Roderick asked. They haven't drifted yet. Jory said, eyes bothered by what they had seen. The edges are sharp as a knife cut. Wind south today, Sir Halden said. Drifts would come quartering from the saddle. He's right. They're new. Children. Armand whispered again, mouth dry. Roderick straightened. If they come, they come. Until then, we act as if this place belongs to us. The wood pile, Jory. Rot through the top layers. Dry below. Enough to keep a fire all night if we're miserly. Be miserly, Roderick said. We'll sleep in the hall. Keep a watch at both doors and on the yard. I want 2 on the tower. He gestured toward the western spine. The word for that instrument file touched his tongue and then died there. Whatever makes that sound, I want eyes on it. If it moves, if it breathes, if it coughs, I want to know whether it does so like a man or like a rope in a draft. They worked then, as men will when work is the only thing to set against fear. The forge coughed to life. The hearth in the longhouse took flame and sent up smoke that clung to the rafters and fell back as a bitter fog. The smell of old straw burning turned the stomach. Under the floorboard something scratched, then went still. 2 of the men found a row of jars sealed with wax and string in a pantry near the kitchens. The wax was new. Inside was honey dark as amber, clear and sound. The bee house had failed, then, but someone else had not. Who else lives here? A lad named Prent asked, cradling the jar as if it were a child. Mind your tongue, Sir Halden told him. Walls have ears. At dusk the light went thin and dangerous. Snow began to float in the air like ash that remembered how to be cold. Roderick stood on the southern wall walk and watched the valley turn to leave. He forced himself to count the far herds, the line of the winter river, the smoke, yes, there, faint and pale from the poorest huts beside the bend. The world beyond the keep continued to exist. That felt like a victory. When the bell began to stir, it was not the great one. Long gone, melted, buried. It was a small sort of bell, high in the western tower, tinkling like cutlery rattled in a cloth bag. Sir Halden swore. Armand flinched so sharply he nearly pitched from the wall. The sound came in fits, a shiver of metal and then silence, as if a hand uncertain whether it had the right to touch was stealing across something hung there. Who's on that tower? Roderick called. Bran and Kai, Sir Halden answered, already moving. They went up the spikes. Word was the top platform was near sound. I'll haul them down. Bring them, Roderick said, but he did not leave the wall. He stared at the tower slit and watched the dark gap between shutters ease wider by a finger's breadth. The snow thickened. The valley dimmed. The bell jitters faded. He listened and found, not sound, not sight, but the old pressure against the nerve that runs behind a man's eyes and tells him when he's being looked at. He put his hand on the parapet and pressed until his palm hurt. Bran and Kai came down pale and tight-lipped, breath smoking. Bran's sleeve was wet to the elbow. When he lifted his arm, water hissed from the mail and ran over his knuckles, though the cold should have made it seize like glass. Well, Sir Halden demanded. Nothing living, Kai said, and kept saying it like a charm. Nothing living. Speak plain, Roderick said. Kai licked a cracked lip. Platforms there, and a rope. A small bell on it. That's what we heard. But the rope's wrong. It's woven of hair. Long hair, fine, the color of wheat. It's tied to something fixed in the roof beams. There are marks on the floor, like someone kneels there. And the shutters are clasped on the inside with a dowel. But the dowel wasn't set when we got there. You set it, Sir Halden asked. Kai shook his head. It set itself while we stood. Bran shuddered. It's damp, my lord. The stones sweat up there. Not frost. Wet like breath. Roderick said nothing for a time. He could feel his men watching him, weighing his next words to find out whether he believed in the world that could be mended with nails, or in the other one, the world that asks men to kneel.
We eat, he said at last.
We post watches. No one goes alone past the yard. No one lifts a bell rope, no matter how small. If a door stands ajar, it stays that way unless I tell you different. If a shutter opens, it closes without your help, or not at all. And if any of you hear a child call your name, he let his gaze travel from face to face. You come tell me, and you do not answer. They took their meal in the long house with their shields at their backs and their weapons near to hand. The fire burned low to make the wood last. The stew tasted of onions and salt and something richer. When Armand asked what it was, the cook said nothing and kept stirring, but later Roderick saw him hold the pot ladle up toward the light and frown at the small white nub caught in its curve. He flicked it away. It rolled under the table like a bead. The first watch took the yard, the second the walls, the third the hall by the doors. Roderick slept sitting against a post with a cloak over his legs and his helm near his knee. Sleep came in bits, too small to count. He dreamed of his father standing in the old solar with a silver basin in his hands and water, like a polished mirror inside it. His father's mouth moved, but no sound came. When Roderick leaned close, the water clouded and showed him only his own bearded face, hair salted by winters he could not afford. A hand touched his shoulder. He came up fast, blade half drawn. "Easy, my lord," Sir Halden said, lifting both palms. "It's Jory. He's found a thing." They crossed the yard together, their boots whispering in frost, breath pluming in pale ribbons. Jory waited by the well, his face the color of tallow. The capstone sat crooked, as before. A rope hung down into the dark, new hemp spliced to old. The bucket lay beside the curb, its handle twisted, wood splintered. "It's the smell," Jory said, voice thin. "It's wrong." Roderick leaned over the curb. The dark below seemed thick enough to touch. He lowered his torch, but the light went no farther than a thumb's length before the black began to eat it. A draft rose from the shaft, warm and slow, faint as breath on the nape. It smelled like turned earth and wet iron and milk that's been too long from the cow. He set his jaw. "Armand," he said. The scholar edged near, trying not to look into the dark. "The note," Roderick said softly. "Read it again." Armand unrolled the torn page with careful fingers, as if it might bruise. "The keys are in the mouth," he read, voice just above a whisper. "Do not ring the metal. Feed the stairs before dark." Roderick stared into the shaft and felt, far below, something stir with the lazy certainty of a creature that has never needed to hurry. He had thought the keep only watched. Now he knew it listened. "Cover it," he said. "Stone on stone. Rope off. No one draws from here. I'll see to water another way." He looked up at the western tower, where the small shutter sat tight against the night, and at the spread of men who were his to keep. And at first light, he added, "We'll find the door where the children come, and we'll bar it from the far side." "From the far side?"
Sheldon's brownie.
"So that if it opens," Roderick said, "it opens toward us." He stood with them while they hauled the capstone straight and rolled another stone on top of it for good measure. He stood while the third watch changed to the fourth and the sky went silver where it met the teeth of the eastern ridge. He stood until the dark under the walls loosened into morning, and the small bell in the western tower trembled once, as if something trialed a touch against it, and then thought better. When the first light finally came, it showed footprints across the yard that had not been there when the men slept. Small, many unhurried, leading from the north wall straight to the well, and then away again, vanishing at the door of the hall as though the steps had been invited inside. Chapter 2. The Mouth and the Stairs. Morning bled into the yard like thin broth poured over iron. The frost did not so much melt as retreat. leaving beads along the edges of flagstones that caught the light and then forgot it. Men unrolled stiff blankets with the reluctance of old dogs, the kind that know the weather better than their masters. Smoke from the longhouse sloped across the space between stables and well and settled under the wall walk, sour with wet timber and old straw. Roderick rose before the last watch changed and stood where the footprints had ended, at the door of the hall that 30 men had shared in uneasy sleep. The prints were small as a child's, bare, unhurried, the toes narrow and long like a musician's hand. They had come from the north wall in a gentle scatter, thickened by the well, then set in neat order toward the threshold. There they faded, not as if snow had covered them or boot heels had trampled them, but as if the stone itself had learned not to remember. Inside, the bedding lay as the men had left it, cloaks half-folded, helms set in a clutch by the fire, belts coiled on pegs. Roderick crouched and pressed 2 fingers to the flag beneath the lintel.
Cold. Dry.
He rose and crossed to the hearth. The stew pot still hung, black with soot, its lid crooked. A thin skin had grown across the surface, gone milky in patches where fat had cooled. He lifted the lid and found nothing but the stew itself. The pale nub he and the cook had seen had vanished.
He told himself it had dissolved.
He told himself many things. Ser Halden came in from the yard with the movement of a man who measured space against threat. Snow'll be gone by noon if the wind stays south, he said, tone neutral. Eyes anywhere but on the door. We can send a pair down to the river bend with buckets. Melt will be quicker, but men carry buckets with better hearts than they carry hope. No one goes to the bend alone, Roderick said. 2 and 2 shields. Spears out. The bridge's pins were set this season. Someone nearby owns a hammer and an evening. If they're friends, they can learn our names. If they're not, I'd know their faces before dusk. Aye, Halden said. Armand appeared as men like him do, suddenly near, papers hugged to his chest under his cloak to keep the ink from cracking. He had a slate tucked under his arm and a chalk that had learned the shape of his thumb. I made a list, he said. He flushed as if that were an apology. Stores in the granary are better than fear. Someone stopped the lower vents with tar and cloth. 2 bins of barley in good shape. Peas, hard as stone but sound. Candles, half a crate, well sealed with wax. And this. He held up a jar that the men laid their eyes on like a small fire in a dark room. Honey the color of amber seen through smoke. Fresh, Armand said, or near enough. The wax over the string took my nail like butter. Someone's kept bees near even if the old bricks fell, Roderick said. He imagined hands he did not know, lifting lids, smoking the hives, speaking to the insects as his mother had done, calling them my ladies, telling them births and deaths in the house so they wouldn't lose interest and fly. Armand shifted the slate. Also, he added, lowering his voice until it had to be asked to rise. The page we tore. I did not sleep for thinking on it. The note, the lines have the cadence of house law. Little laws. The kind set for kitchens and wells and granaries. Not threats. Rules that accreted around a problem until folk could live beside it. The keys are in the mouth reads like instruction. Do not ring the metal. A prohibition. Feed the stairs before dark. An obligation. If we find the mouth, we may find the keys. The stairs. We'll find those as well, Roderick said, though he did not care for the way the word feed had settled on the air like a fly that refused swatting. He took men into the daylight and set the first hours like paving stones. 2 to the river bend, for to strip the longhouse to its bones and discover what would burn and what would bring fleas. 3 to the smithy, to see if iron still had a friend there. He sent Jory with 2 to make a circuit along the inside of the walls, counting niches and doors. He and Ser Halden took Armand to hunt them out. They began at the gatehouse because the phrase begged it. Mouth, teeth, jaw. The portcullis sat 3 inches up as if a breath had been stopped in the throat. Roderick studied the sills. Old blood would have steeped there once, The right kind of keep is a throat for swallowing men in a siege, but what stained he found was older than memory. The chains were heavy, scaled with the same iron bloom that grows on ship anchors. He ran his glove along a link and brought up flakes the size of fish scales. "If the keys hang near to this," he said, "they deserve the name." "Chapel," Armand suggested. "Some saints keep their tokens between their teeth in stories. They hold sin to bite and virtue to swallow." "You've a comfort in your tales," Halden observed. Armand managed a thin smile. "Better than a comfort in my courage." The chapel clung to the lee of the inner wall, a tight stone box with a narrow window and a door stiff from damp. When they pushed through, their torchlight found the air thick with the smell of old wax and limestone. Time had eaten the saints from the walls, but left the shadow of their halos as pale rings that wavered when the light shifted. The altar was a slab smoothed by many elbows. Behind it, on a shelf cut into the stone, sat the thing that made Armand touch Roderick's sleeve without meaning to. It was a head, carved of dark wood, smaller than a man's and longer in the jaw, as if the carver had never seen a skull without skin and guessed wrong. The eyes had been set with horns so thin it held the light like shallow milk. The mouth gaped, lips thin, teeth carved one by one in careful rows. Between the teeth ran a wire, and on the wire hung a ring of keys. Roderick did not reach. The sight prickled his scalp like cold. The keys were plain things, iron, some as simple as a stem and a square tooth, one with a loop shaped as a rose, one with the handle bent into a figure 8. The wire passed through every bough and back through the wood of the jaw, disappearing into the head. The wire was pulled tight, as if something behind drew down. "Don't cut it," Armand whispered without being asked. "Bear it up." Halden grunted. "On what?" Armand licked his lips. "A salter board if we had one. A bit of plank? My lord, the wire goes through the mouth and back into the wood. If we sever it, I think something will drop and ring. Do not ring the metal." "We were warned." Roderick nodded. The chapel's benches were too rotten to shift without making noise, but the altar slab sat on two squat supporters like very patient men. He had Halden lever one a finger's breadth with the haft of a spear and slid the torch staff beneath the ring of keys. The iron trembled. A faint chime ran through them like the breath of a harp that had forgotten music. They froze. Nothing moved. Roderick lifted slow. The wire pulled. The wood creaked as if it had learned bones talk. The keys rose. He slid the torch staff forward until the ring of iron kissed it, and then, with two fingers, slipped the ring down into his palm. They breathed again when it was done. The keys were slick with the oil of many fingers that were not present, and they were warmer than iron had a right to be in a room like that. "The keys are in the mouth," Armand said softly. "So now we'll know if the rest of the law was advice or threat." The ring held 10 at least, each different enough that a patient man might learn their uses by shape. Roderick wrapped them in a strip of cloth and tied them under his cloak where they knocked against his sternum like a second heartbeat. "Feed the stairs before dark," Halden said, tasting the words without liking their taste. "What stairs?" "Cellars, cisterns, posterns," Roderick said. "Every keep has more steps than sense. We'll start with the granary and work down." They crossed the yard where the men set themselves to the old rhythm that keeps fear from learning names. The smith had breath in his forge. The boy at the bellows pumped his arms and kept his eyes on the coals so he wouldn't have to look at the tower slit where the small shutter lay. Jory's sweep returned strips of news. A door behind the kitchens, barred within, smelling of damp linen. An undercroft beneath the longhouse with hooks bolted to ceiling beams at heights that made men look one another in the eye and then away. A canted passage behind the pantry that led to a turn and then another, and then stone that grew wet. The granary door had swollen with years, but the second key Roderick tried turned in a lock that had not entirely forgotten its duty. Grain dust fumed from the seam like breath. Inside the bins, barley lay like pale gravel under a crust of husks. The floorboards had been painted once with lye and lime, and the marks of that work showed as streaks where the brush had run dry. At the far end of the room, a trap sat flush with the planks, cut neat, framed in oak, barred with an iron string. The ring for lifting it had been wrapped in cloth and sealed with wax to keep it from kissing the stake should clumsy hands tug. "Do not ring the metal," Armand murmured again. Roderick crouched and peered at the wax.
New.
He did not ask himself why the wax's hand looked so much like the seal on the jars of honey. He eased the stake back slow, slid the cloth-wrapped ring into his fist, and lifted. The trap rose as reluctantly as a secret. Below lay steps, stone-worn in the center by many feet, each tread cupped faintly, deeper toward the turn where a man might brace. The breath that rose out of that cut space tasted of limestone and old yeast and something else. Milk turned just past sweet into that other realm where it remembers animal. "Stairs," Halden said, voice low enough that a man could pretend not to hear his fear in it. "Do we feed them?" "We decide what that means before sun's down," Roderick said. He sent Kai for lamps and Prent for a rope, and he himself wound the rope around the trap's ring and tied it off to the granary's end post, so that if a man slipped he might hang rather than vanish. He put Halden first, because that was what captains are for, and Armand behind with a slate and chalk and a quill case he had tucked in his cloak as if a quill were a spear. Roderick went last with the keys thumping his sternum, a metronome for courage. Stone walls closed in where the steps cut down. No dry rot here, no rat leavings. The masonry had been laid with more care than the rooms above, fitted courses that remembered the hand that had set them. Every 6 steps a shallow niche had been cut into the wall. Into the first niche someone had placed a bead, a child's bead worked from bone, polished by fingers long gone. Into the second, a sliver of honeycomb. Into the third, a blue ribbon tied in a loop. The fourth held a tooth, small and white as seed. The fifth had crumbs black with molasses. The sixth was empty save for a smear like a thumbprint of cream turned thin. Armand made a sound that might have been a prayer if scholars kept gods that listen. "Offerings," he said. "Stair spirits in some provinces get milk. House spirits take the first bread, but I've never seen steps as supplicants and shrine both. What happens if you don't feed them?" Halden asked, and Roderick heard the shape of the man he had been at 15 inside the question. "Maybe they get hungry," Roderick said, "and hungry things don't stay where you put them." They reached the foot of the first run and found a small door barred in with a beam that had not been lifted in a long span. It smelled of damp leather. Roderick tried the keys until one with a rose on its bow fitted a hasp and turned. Beyond lay a low space with bins for casks and a rack for cured meat and, hanging from nails, lengths of chain bundled with twine, each bundle tied with 5 precise knots. A ledger lay on a stand, written in a clean hand that matched the page Armand had torn from the book above. It listed 23 lengths of chain, small, 7 iron hooks long, 20 loaves, 3 salted, 17 sweetened. Below, in a second column, marked beside each, tallied out, as if inventory had been taken by someone who liked balanced accounts. A third line sat beneath, unnumbered, children, 6. Armand's voice came small. "The loaves are accounted day by day. The sweet ones are for the rising," it says. "The rising of what?" Halden asked. Roderick turned the page. The next sheet was blank, but not empty. The hand had pressed so hard on the page above that the letters had bitten through in impressions. Armand laid the paper flat and rubbed it with the side of his chalk. Pale words bloomed. "If the bell sounds at noon, bar the steps. If it sounds at dusk, lay bread thick and do not speak when the knocking comes. If it sounds at midnight, run." "Run where?" Halden said, affronted as if instruction should be braver. Roderick closed the ledger and let his palm rest on the board. "We will not hear a bell," he said like a man pronouncing a sentence in a court. "We'll not lift a clapper or a rope. And if one rings itself, we'll pretend we're deaf and do our work." He sent Armand up for the sweet loaves, 6 small rounds, brown at the edge. Sugar melted into their tops until it shone, and for a crock of milk thin enough to pour. Halden fetched a knife and cut each round in half. "If spirits eat like men," he said, making show of being practical, "they can learn to eat in small bites." Roderick took 3 halves himself and set them, one by one, into the first 3 niches, laying the crumbs careful as if he feared to bruise the stone. In the 4th niche he poured a line of milk until it trembled. In the 5th he tucked the bead with the crumbs and said his mother's habit under his breath. "There's the first sip and the first sweet. May you be full and mind your manners." He left the 6th niche empty. "Why leave that one?" Armand asked. "Because rules should be our own until they're forced from us," Roderick said, though it felt like insolence set on the edge of a bed one is not sure belongs to him. They climbed. The trap went back to its home, and the strake slid into place without breathing hard. The afternoon walked down toward evening. The pair sent to the river returned with buckets and cheeks raw from the wind, saying the huts by the bend had shut their doors before men in iron crested the path. As the sun dipped behind the angles of the ridge, a woman came to the outer wall and stood at the far end of the bridge with a cart of turnips and onions and a sack that clinked like jars. Her skirt was patched. She wore her hair plaited and pinned so tight it tugged at her eyes. The boys with her, one 9 winters and one small enough to be carried if he tired, kept their hands inside their sleeves. She did not cross. She called from the far side in a voice that had learned not to waste words. "Lord Vale," she said without praise, "you're in your father's house." "I am," Roderick said. He met her on the bridge with Halden a step behind and 2 spears lower down. "You've brought food." "Trade," she said, chin up. "I heard smoke rose. I have turnips, onions, and sweet cakes for the feast." Her mouth tightened. "Not for the feast you think of. For the stairs." Roderick chose his face with care. "We've bread," he said. "And honey." She looked past him at the yard as if there were glass instead of air, and she could see what lay within. "Honey pleases," she allowed. "But the first night is best with the cakes we make for them. Milk in the dough, sugar on top, a pinch of salt. They're used to our hands, and being used to a thing's hand makes it less likely to bite." Armand shifted behind Roderick. "Your name?" he asked, too quick, curiosity tripping him. "Names are pieces of you," she said evenly. "You don't hand them across a chasm. I'll take nails for pay. Good iron nails.
20 of them.
Bent ones if they're still strong. And I'll take 1 pot of lard. And I'll keep your change in my cart until we see whose night it is." "Whose night?" Halden said tightly. She flicked him a glance and then returned her eyes to Roderick, as if a captain's rank meant less than the breadth of a lord's shadow. "If the small bell cries when the sky turns pewter, that is theirs," she said. "If it keeps quiet, it's yours. Then you can open doors in air rooms and walk the stair and speak names aloud and not be answered. If it cries, you mind the niches and your tongue, and you tie your hair back, all of you.
Don't laugh.
A strand is a promise to things with small fingers." Armand, whose hair flopped into his eyes, found himself pushing it behind his ears with hands that had begun to shake. Roderick measured her, the cart, the boys, the way the older kept his eyes low and the younger kept his fixed on the portcullis teeth, as if counting could keep them from moving. Bargains keep men from turning into beasts, his mother had told him. Bargains also teach beasts to behave. "Nails," he said. 20. A pot of lard. And you carry the cakes to the granary yourself and set them in the niches, since they are used to your hands. She sniffed, which might have been approval. "I'll set what is needed and no more. You can learn the rest by living through it." They made the trade on the stone with the wind watching. Halden counted the nails in his palm, weighing each like a coin. The boys did not come closer than the first pin in the bridge. The woman did not step beyond the midpoint. She set the sack at Roderick's feet and would not touch his glove when he offered it to steady her load. "Mind," she said before she turned. "If they knock, do not answer. If the knocking comes from the well, throw bread. If it comes from the door, throw a chain. If it comes from under a cot, start a song, and don't forget the words. What song? Armand asked. The one your mother taught you, she said, and crossed herself in a manner that recognized no saint the conclave would print on a page. She turned the cart. The boys pulled. They moved like folk who did not think the ground would stay where it was. Dusk came with the stealth of a taxman, all sum and tally. The men ate with their backs to timber and faces to the yard, and left portions on their plates that were not for rats. Roderick and Armand carried the woman's cakes into the granary. The steps breathed cool air up their faces. They went down, one lamp, two men. In the niches where Roderick had left halves, crumbs had gathered in a tidy crescent, the way crumbs do when a careful mouth takes small bites. The milk smear had been licked clean as glass. The bead was gone, leaving a faint ring of oil. In the sixth niche, which he had left empty, 3 small white seeds lay, milk teeth set there like an objection or a boast. Armand made the sign his father had taught him to make when lightning walked along a fence. Roderick set the cakes. He broke one open to see the crumb. It was fine, flecked with salt grains. He laid them so that a hand smaller than his could take them easily without making the iron ring. On the top step he paused. He could swear the stone had warmed a fraction since they'd first come. Not heat like a forge, heat like skin. They sealed the trap and went out into an evening that was neither theirs nor wholly another's. Snow worried at the light like quiet moths. Sentries took their posts. The small bell in the western tower shivered once, twice. The sound so thin it could have been a spider's thread plucked by a breath. Men lifted their heads, but did not move. The bell did not chime again. In the granary, under stone and timber, air moved in a way that had very little to do with wind. Crumbs melted into absence with the sound of small teeth working bread, a rhythm old as any law. Something like a pad brushed the stone once, then again, small and careful as a nurse soothing a fretful child. A whisper that was not a voice passed along the steps. It might have been counted if there had been a heart to bear it. Close to midnight, with the watches rolled over and the forge banked low under ash, Roderick sat at the longhouse table with the keys under his cloak and a map Armand had drawn. Rooms as boxes, doors as small black ovals, steps a coil that tightened toward the ground. He did not mark the well, though he could feel it at his back through the wall like breath at a man's neck. The keys knocked his sternum twice in quick succession, though. He had not moved. He stood and went out into the yard. The sky was sheet metal. The slit in the western tower was dark. The well sat capped with stone upon stone, rope coiled, bucket set aside like a toy. He went to the granary and stood with his hand on the strake and felt, not movement, not pressure, something like attention, an awareness that arrived and rested on him the way a cat's gaze does from the far end of a room. Behind him, from the longhouse, a sound came. 3 taps, not loud, knuckles on wood. They were followed by 3 more, a little quicker, a little nearer. Sir Halden moved in the doorway before Roderick could. "Don't answer," Halden said, the words falling from an old place in his throat where boys keep their grandmother's advice. "Whatever you do, my lord, don't answer it." The taps came again, under the sound of men settling in their sleep, under the sigh of banked coals, under the thin whine of wind that slips through shutters. Top, top, top. Then a slide, as if a palm without lines stroked the underside of a board to find the seam. A whisper of chain came from somewhere not far. Not ringing. A rasp, as if a length had been lifted and laid down by a hand that did not wish to wake a house. Roderick breathed through his nose, slow.
He did not speak.
He stood with his back to the granary door and counted his breath until 30 had come and gone, and while he counted, something like a tide crept up through the steps below him. A slow, steady draw, as if the keep had lungs and they were filling for the first time in a season. At last the taps ceased. The chain's small rasp went with them. The keys struck his breastbone once more. A soft knock like a finger asking politely.
He looked down.
The loop had slid from inside his cloak to rest against the laces of his hauberk. Warmth ran along the ring, a line of heat that found one key among the 10 and made it thrum against the others. Armand came to him then, white as candle smoke. "The 6th niche," he said, every word placed as if it might topple the rest. "I went to see. The teeth are gone." "How many?" Roderick asked without knowing why the question mattered except that it felt like arithmetic you could use in a fire. 6, Armand said. 6 were left. None remained. Roderick closed his hand over the keys, and the one that had warmed pressed its tooth into his palm. He did not take it off the ring.
He did not put it in a lock.
He stood very still and told himself a truth that tasted like iron shavings. The keep was not empty. It was not derelict. It had learned to live on what was left for it and on what came uninvited. It had rules, written in hands that hoped, and he had stepped into those rules as you step into a stream, thinking you will stand against it. "Feed the stairs before dark," he said, as if naming the thing could make it smaller. "Before dark," he repeated, because the night still had hours to give. From the tower, as if in answer, came a single soft sound. Not a ring, not a toll, but the tremor of metal waking in its sleep and remembering it had been a bell. Then the keep settled, the way a house does when it takes a breath it has been holding. Snow-thin to lace, and then to nothing. The wind died, as if it had lost its road. By morning, men would say the night passed without incident. They would say the watches held, the doors stayed shut. No one spoke to their names when they were called from under a cot. They would say they slept. But in the ledger, on the page that had been blank, Armand would find new indentations, letters pressed up from whatever was written below on a sheet he had not yet turned. Our bread was good. We did not ring. We will knock again. Keep the keys where teeth can find them. Chapter 3, The Rule of 3. Morning did not so much arrive as seep, a thin gray through which shapes remembered themselves one line at a time. Breath smoked from men and beasts alike. The forge coughed. The stable bucked with animals not yet sure of their new stall. Ice held in the trough in slabs like old glass. In the longhouse, the last of the stew had congealed to a skin that shivered when the ladle touched it. The first sound that felt like day was a man sharpening a knife on a whetstone. Slow, deliberate strokes that made a rasp as intimate as a whisper. Armand found the ledger at dawn where he had left it. The page that had taken yesterday's rubbings now puckered a little from the chalk's fat. Under his thumb, new impressions had risen from the sheet beneath. Letters without ink, bruises in the paper, as if a neat hand had written in the night on the page below and pressed hard enough for its ghost to show through. He took a breath, then breathed on his fingers to warm them and rubbed the side of his chalk again. Pale words came like frost writing itself on a pane. Our bread was good. We did not ring. We will knock again. Keep the keys where teeth can find them. He read it twice, and once more for his disbelief, then closed the book with care and crossed the yard to Roderick with the gait of a man carrying something that could scald. Roderick stood on the southern walk where the mortar had gone to powder in places, watching the valley for smoke and the ridgeline for movement. He had not slept so much as nested in moments and guarded them. When Armand showed him the words, he did not start, though the skin on his arms tightened as if cold had remembered him. "Teeth," Roderick said, tasting the word for what it implied. "Someone has a humor for making us mind the rules." "Not humor," Armand said. "A habit. The letters are neat. Whoever writes like that likes a house with corners." "Good," Roderick said. "Corners give lines of sight." He sent the first pair to the river with buckets and spears, then the second an hour later, so the trips would not be predictable. He posted men on the walks and in the yard. He had Jory and 2 others pry up boards near the longhouse hearth to see where the scratching had come from in the small hours. They found a rat run, yes, but also a length of iron set flat under the floorboards that should have rung when pulled, if a hand had pulled it. It had not rung. The thought of restraint made flesh did not please him. A column came mid-morning from the valley, a handful only, but in this country a handful was a statement. They came up the bridge with their hands open and their eyes wrong. Men used to looking past lords to count arrow slits and angles, to measure distance between teeth and throat. At their head walked a man with a strip of red wool on his sleeve. The Sort Valley folk give the one who remembers tallies and dues. At his side a woman with gray in her plate, and a jaw like a clasp knife. The woman with the cart from yesterday stood behind, without the boys. Her lips were thin enough to split. Ser Halden met them at the midpoint with Roderick to his left and 2 spears behind. The iron of the bridge pins held steady, no tremor underfoot, as if the keep had decided, for now, not to test its guests. Lord Vale, the red-sleeved man said. He spoke the name flatly, granting the courtesy without spending anything on it. I am Thane Morwen, reeve for the River Bend and the upper pasture folk. This is Hedda, who knows the old measures better than most. He did not give the woman with the cart a name. Reeve, Roderick said. He liked his own voice better when it was short. You've business. My business is knowing who collects what in these parts, Morwen said, and who keeps which law. There is the valley's law, dues in grain at harvest, in coin at spring, in men when the banners are called. There is the old law of the steppes here. Every house has its way. We don't tell a man how to scratch his bread unless he burns down the bakehouse with his pride. And this house's way? Roderick asked. I would hear it from mouths that live under it, not penned on a page by hands without faces. Hedda's jaw twitched. She nodded once, granting him the use of her knowledge without liking him for the borrowing. The steppes eat, she said. They do not eat flesh. They eat care. You mind them, they mind you. You feed them sweet in the evening and milk for thirst. You don't strike metal to call what doesn't need calling. You keep the mouth shut that breathes where water should be, unless you're ready to bargain. And you don't leave hair about, not even from men, because it binds. That rope up in your west tower? That's not made from beast. That's a promise woven into a thing, and promises pull more steady than any chain. Armand pushed his own hair back at once, and Hedda saw him do it, and did not smile. Morwen's gaze worked up and down the gatehouse and the cheeks of the keep, seeking points to count. There were dues from this place, he said. 3 lambs each spring, and rites of passage over the road, without toll on 2 market days. Lord Vale gave those rights. Lord Vale took them away when he broke with sense. Your father, no man says otherwise. Morwen flicked the red strip on his sleeve with a nail. But we don't keep ledger for the dead. If you reckon to sit in that hall, you should know what men will bring you without a band at your throat, and what they will keep through a winter with their doors barred. And what will they bring? Roderick asked. Onions, turnips, bacon, ends, Morwen said. Candles if the run's been good. A wheel of cheese if you have men to hold your walls when the snow eats the road. And cakes for the steps when the bell tells them to come. Hedda will see that done. It is not bargain. It is habit with roots. The price is iron. Nails more than coins this season. There's rot in the ferryman's bench, and the smith in Larchmere burned his shed by not banking his forge. Iron makes friends. Coin makes men count. You'll have more of one than the other if you mean to keep a house. And what will they keep? Roderick asked. Their own children, Hedda said, cutting across the reeve's list as if it were straw. We do not tally them out to you, Lord. There's ink in your book that says 6. The ink is old. The hand is one I know. We don't hold with that count anymore. Armand's fingers tightened on his slate until the chalk chip bit his thumb. 6 was written, he said, voice careful, under chains and hooks and loaves. It may not have been. It was, Hedda said. When your father took the bell down, he broke the old measure and made one worse. He gave the steps their cake and milk and then asked for more, and he found out they could learn a taste. Some tastes you never teach a thing to like if you want sleep after. We keep bread now and songs and hair tucked. We keep children on our side of a barred door. Roderick let the wind have their words for a space. He could feel his men listening with the interest fear gives, the kind that makes a soldier more likely to take orders than to talk. He rolled his shoulders under steel that had not yet warmed to him and gave the reeve the answer he had brought to the bridge in his mind. You will bring me the valley's dues in grain and coin, and I will give you safe passage twice each market day and safe night shelter when the road runs white. You will bring cakes and milk if you judge the steps need feeding. I will see to it the bell is left to its own mind. No one takes children, not from my hall. No one trades hair. No one rings metal unless doom is on us. He let his voice flatten on the last word. If the steps demand more, they can speak to me. They won't speak, Hedda said. They never had to when there were hands to write. Then I'll read, Roderick said, because a lord had to choose between fear and defiance, and fear in a lord was a fever in a house. Morwen measured him with a practical man's glance and nodded once. We'll test your weight, the reeve said. If you carry, we'll hang more on you. If you don't, we'll take our dues to the next door that can lock. He looked up at the tower slit. Noon's near. If you hear the bell then, bar your trap and keep your men's tongues in their mouths. They left without a bow. The woman with the cart spared Roderick a look that said she kept her complicated judgments separate the way she kept her jars. The bridge uttered one small groan as they went, like a joint learning to carry. Then the yard was theirs again, and the keep seemed to shift its attention, as a cat will when the interesting thing has gone away and the small things remain to bad. Noon is not a chime so much as a feeling, the cold learning a new edge, the sun's weak eye moving to a place that makes men look up. When it came, the small bell in the western tower fluttered once, and then again. Not a toll, not a challenge. A tired instrument finding its note and saying the word for now. The sound went through the yard like a thin wire drawn, taut enough to sing. Roderick did not wait for the second guidance to arrive. Jory, he called, to the granary. Bar the trap. Cloth on the ring, then the strake.
No clater.
Halden with him. Armand with me. They moved in practiced silence. The shock of iron on stone avoided the way men avoid a wound. In the granary, the trap had sweated. Condensation filmed the iron ring like breath on glass. Jory wrapped it in rag, slid the bar with a care that made his lips purse, and settled the strake without letting it kiss the staple. They stood listening to their own hearts. Not a sound rose from below. Back in the yard, a different knocking began. Farther off, in the longhouse, 3 taps on wood. A pause. 3 taps again. Men turned their heads like deer in a clearing. Roderick lifted his palm and let it fall once, a signal. No one moved. The taps came a 3rd time and stopped. Rule of 3, Armand said under breath. The old tales love it. 3 tries to be invited. 3 names to bind a thing. 3 offerings to make it sleep. Or 3 lies, Halden said. I've heard 3 lies before a man tells you the price he means. Roderick put his hand over the keys beneath his cloak and felt the one that had warmed last night tick his sternum twice, as if it remembered its tune. There's a side door behind the kitchens, he said. Barred within. We said we'd bar it from the far side. We'll do that now while noon holds and the bells had its say. The passage behind the pantry was a throat narrowed by decades of settling. It turned sharply after 6 paces, then again, then ended in a stout door swollen from damp, with a mother bar cross and a smaller bar set in iron pockets, like a cross brace. The latch had a keyhole, so clean the iron around it shone, polished by hands that liked their tools. Roderick tried keys by feel, letting their shapes tell him their places. Square-toothed, rose-bowed, looped like a figure 8. The last nestled into the hole and turned without protest, as if it had been held warm for him. The latch lifted with a sound like a man trying not to cough. Open and out, Roderick said.
Quick. Keep the bars in your hands.
We set them outside. They eased the door and found cold air at once, the taste of wind that had run along the wall's outside skin. The door opened into a slit between keep and cliff, a man-wide way floored with broken stone and rime, roofed by a walkway above. The slit ran from the kitchens to the outer face and ended in a postern cut into the curtain wall, a gate no wider than 2 shields and hung with oak banded by iron. There were marks on the stone here that were not weather. Nails had scratched at knee height, tips biting stone to draw little crescents. Above, near the latch, Harriet snagged on a splinter and stayed, a pale curl caught in a crack, moving a little when the wind found it. Roderick looked at it, and then away, oddly shamed. They reached the postern and found, on the outside, a heavy beam set on 2 iron hooks to fall across it. It lay on the ground beside, as if someone had lifted it recently and not set it back. Halden hefted it with a grunt and brought it up to the hooks. Jory fitted one end, then the other. The beam settled into place. It did not ring. The wind made a threadbare sound going past. From the far side, Halden said, a satisfaction in doing a thing the way it had been written in Roderick's voice the night they'd arrived. If something presses from within, it will press toward us. And we can decide whether to hold or let it, Roderick said. He tugged the beam to feel the hooks bite, then slid the small iron hasps into their loops. The shape felt right in the hand, the way tools do when they were made for a purpose and have learned that purpose by use. On the way back, Armand put his fingers near the scratches on the stone. Too neat for rat, he said. Too wide for cat. Too regular. He swallowed. A child could make marks like that if you gave him a nail and told him to prove he'd been here. What would you tell him he'd gain by proving it? Roderick asked, more to hear what the scholar's mind would say than because he wanted to think the answer himself. Not being forgotten, Armand said, and they went inside. The rest of the afternoon had the quality of waiting that soldiers hate the most, the kind in which you've done what sense allows and now you need to stand under the sky and be judged for it. Men cut wood to lengths that fit the longhouse hearth. They set stones on the well cap until the thing looked like a cairn. The boy at the bellows kept his rhythm and avoided glances at the western sling. The pair sent to the river returned with cheeks more chapped than before and a report that the Ben's huts had smoke and the small ferry lay drawn up and chained. Dusk threw its line across the yard like a brush thick with ash. The world thinned to the colors of tin and leaf. Hedda came again to the bridge, alone this time, with a sack over her shoulder and a coil of twine in her hand. She did not cross. She called without raising her voice. Your first night you kept cake and milk, she said. Do it again. And if anything with a child's voice asks for your name, give it a saint's instead and say, my mother is sleeping. Mothers are promises to some things. They respect what they do not have. Roderick wanted to ask her what they had and what they lacked. He kept that question behind his teeth. We barred the far door, he said. She nodded once. Her face did not soften. Good, she said. Some doors remember which way to open on their own. Teaching them makes them lazy. Armand took the cakes to the granary with Roderick at his shoulder and Halden by the strake. The trap lifted, rag on the ring, beam drawn, no clink, and breath came up like cellar air from a brewer's house. In the niches, crumbs had been gathered into tidy arcs. The sixth niche, the one that had given teeth, held 3 new things: a thread tied into a loop, a sliver of wax, and a stone polished from much handling. A child's pocket emptied into faith. Armand set the cakes. He poured a ribbon of milk so thin it wobbled when the lamp breathed. If this is a mouth, he said, immediately wishing he had not given the thought a body, it is learning to smile. They came up. The strake settled without complaint. Outside, the first snow of evening drifted down, lazy as ash from a pipe. Men ate. The stew was better for the lard Hedda had taken and returned as a lesson. The onions were sweet at the edges. They left portions on plates, not for rats. Roderick kept the keys under his cloak and talked to Halden about walls and work as if talking were a plan. He put men to carding wool from a ruined pallet into cord so that their hands would busy themselves with something other than fear. Then the tapping began again. Not under a cot, not on the longhouse wall. From the barred side passage behind the kitchen, the slit where the stones carried scratches. 3 taps, even and polite. A pause. 3 more. The men looked at Roderick, then at the door, then back, moving as a murmuration does, all with one mind and one fear. "Hold," Roderick said. No one answers. The taps came a 3rd time, and with them a sound that men told themselves was wind, but had to set the lie gently so it would lie down. A thin, long-drawn note, more breath than voice, as if someone on the far side had put lips to the crack and sighed a wordless question into the scene. Armin's throat worked. Halden's hand pressed flat to his shield, palm open as if to show he wasn't going to lift it. The boy Prent had his knuckles in his mouth without knowing it, and when he looked down and saw the habit, he snatched them out and put both hands on his knees. It stopped. After the stopping, men began to breathe again, as if they'd had to remember how. The small bell in the western tower gave a tremor then, just enough for a man to say he had not heard it if he needed to make courage from denial. "Third, try denied," Armand whispered. "Third name refused. The old rules are pleased with us tonight. Let's not oblige them to test a 4th, Halden said. It was near midnight when the second thing happened. Roderick had made his rounds twice, checked the well cap, the postern beam, the watch on the southern walk. He had counted men and found the number he expected. He had put his palm to the longhouse door and felt. He could not say what he had felt, except that it was not colder on the wood than on the air, and that wrongness pretends at normal best where men most need normal to hold. He stood a time with his back to the granary and his eyes on the west slit, then turned toward the hall. The knock that came then was not a tap. It struck the granary trap from below. Once, a solid thud, sober, the way a man of business knocks on a counting-house door when he knows he is coined a trade. The beam on the strake shivered under the blow. Men froze. Roderick felt the keys under his cloak leap against his sternum, as if an unseen hand had plucked the ring. There is a way a house feels when a man of rank chooses to move toward a thing instead of away. The men took that feeling from Roderick, and it steadied them. He went to the granary door and put his palm on the strake. Halden came to his shoulder. Armand stood with his lamp held low, the flame a weak heart. The knock came again, a businesslike strike. Then a 3rd time, as if to be sure no one could say they hadn't been given the courtesy of a clear request. Roderick said nothing. He counted his breath to 9, then to 12, then to 15. He counted because numbers are a fence. While he counted, something on the far side of the trap slid along the wood, a sound like a nail tracing the grain, as if a blind thing wrote a letter to test its schooling. The keys warmed, that one in particular thrumming as if it had been put to an instrument hidden under his ribs. Armand shut his eyes. "If it cries at midnight," he recited, "run." "It isn't crying," Halden said roughly. "It's asking." Roderick opened his eyes into the space where men teach themselves not to see what their fear braids from shadows. He said, with all the casual disdain of a well-born man discussing a debt he did not recognize, "Tomorrow you will have cake again." He did not know who the "you" was until he heard the word and realized he had meant it. Then he stepped back from the trap, so that if anything came through it would come into the grain room and not into his chest. The sliding stopped. The granary exhaled. Across the yard, the small bell found a gentler note. One brief tremor, like a spoon touching a cup by accident and asking pardon for the sound. Sleep came in patches after that. Not good, but enough to keep men from thinking too long while their thoughts had knives. Morning did not so much break as collect, and the first thing it collected was a smell in the yard that made Prent gag and the old men spit. Not rot, not beast, not human. Milk that had gone sun-warm and been forgotten in a corner. Iron that had been carried in a mouth. Damp linen dried near a low fire until it took the smoke and kept it. Roderick lifted the strake with cloth. He eased the trap. He went down 2 steps and put the lamp where it would send its small courage forward. In the niches, The cakes were gone cleanly save the crumbs he had come to expect. Milk had been licked from stone, and someone had left, neat as a signature, a braid of a single long hair looped 3 times and tied with a tiny knot. In the ledger room below, when they opened it, the neat hand had written in ink on the page they had not peeled yet. Noon was yours. Dusk was ours. Midnight will be ours if you ring. Learn it. Bring the sweet at dusk and keep your names close. The mouth is thirsty but remembers.
Do not make it speak.
Armand read it aloud and almost swallowed the last sentence when it put its teeth on his tongue. Halden rubbed his jaw hard enough to rasp hair. The mouth, he said, looking toward the yard though stone lay between. It's the well, isn't it? Roderick did not want to answer. A lord who denies what every man sees loses the line that keeps a hall together. A lord who gives it a name too soon teaches the thing to answer to that name. He chose the third path, the one between, and said it in words the way a man sets a stake into ground he means to claim. There is a mouth in this house, he said, toneless. It can learn, it can be pleased, and it can be angered. We will choose which. He closed the ledger. He tied back his hair with the strip of leather he had used once to bind a hawk's jesses. He told his men to do the same, and saw them obey with the embarrassment of soldiers dressing for a kind of war they could not carry on a pike. He sent men to the river with buckets, again in pairs and staggered, and told them if they saw children near the bend to keep their eyes on the ground and their mouths shut until they were back on the bridge. He had Jory and 2 others take down old tapestries and beat them until their dust was the color of despair, then hang them where the wind had found too easy a road through shutters. He had the boy at the forge shape S hooks for the kitchen, so no length of chain would be needed there. He told himself these were steps in a campaign. At midday, the bell stayed quiet. At dusk, it did not. It sounded as the light turned pewter. One quick, skittering jingle, like small metal finding itself for a moment. Men lifted their heads from plates and set spoons down with a care that kept them from making their own music. Roderick and Armand went to the granary with cakes and milk, and when they returned, Roderick kept walking to the well. The capstone sat with its stones stacked like good intentions. The rope lay coiled, new on old, hemp on rot. He squatted and put his palm near the seam and felt, unmistakable, damp that had no business being warm in that cold. He spoke to the stone, because the ledger had told him a thing you do not say becomes a thing you say to yourself all night in a way that makes you sleep worse. You will not speak tonight, he said. Eat what you are owed, and leave my men their names. When he stood, Armand's face held terror and a schoolboy's pride in him both at once. He had said a ridiculous thing and believed it enough to call it sense. That is what makes houses hold for a time when they shouldn't. The snow began again. Fat, slow flakes that turned the yard into blank parchment. The first watch went to the walls, the second to the hall, the third to the yard. The fourth would come if there was a fourth. The small bell did not ring again. The taps came only once, polite, from the barred slit behind the pantry, and no one answered. Under the floor of the longhouse, a length of iron shifted, and then settled without singing. The stair ate in peace, quiet as bread. Long after the last man pretended sleep, Roderick sat with the keys under his cloak and thought of his father with a silver basin full of water, and the way the surface had clouded when a boy leaned too close. He thought of hair tied into a rope and a bell that had no hand on it but memory. He thought of the way the valley's law and the steppes' law had grown up beside each other like 2 trees planted too near, roots snarled, branches making their own weather. In the end he rose and took one man, Halden, because a captain should be made to bear the things that bend other men, and one light, and the 2 of them walked to the postern. They lifted the beam out of its hooks this time and set it down soft, not to open, not to risk it, but to see whether the iron would protest. It did not. Roderick slid the beam back into place and felt, through wood and into bone, the quiet of a door that had decided to stay a door for one more night. Rule of 3, Armand had said. Roderick felt the shape of it in the house, in noon, dusk, midnight, in tap, tap, tap. If tomorrow brought men from the valley with grain and candles, they would learn the other counts, of onions, of iron, of favors given and taken. Tonight had taught him the first portion. He went to his bedroll on the longhouse floor and lay listening to the keep breathe and thinking that a man could live under a law like this if he called it custom and not fear, and if he learned when to feed and when to fast. Toward morning, when the gray gathered again like wool teas thin, Armand found one more note pressed into the ledger's next page, the strokes bitten deep and neat. When you must go down, bring a chain and a song. The song binds better if you remember your mother's hands. The chain is for you, not for it. Do not drop it. Do not ring it. He read it aloud without meaning to, voice small in the cold. Halden snorted something meant as courage and not quite failing. Roderick, who had decided he would be lord of this place or die of the attempt in a way that taught the valley something about his family's name, rolled the words on his tongue and found them like iron under his teeth, hard and necessary. Tomorrow, he said, and did not say what tomorrow would ask them to do beneath the ground. The keep, for its part, held its breath and waited to see whether the men in it could learn to keep house with things that did not belong to any banner at all. Chapter 4. Under the Stone. No one said the word today, but the keep knew it. The air had that hell-breath quality houses take on when labor is about to begin. Frost stuck to the inside of shutters in fern shapes. Breath rose and clung to rafters. Boothiels found old grooves in planks, as if guided by memory. Men spoke quietly and laughed not at all. Even the forge, when the boy coaxed it awake, chose to answer in low throat sounds instead of sparks and show. Roderick woke before first light and sat a span with the keys laid out on his cloak like cold fish on a slab. 10 of them, each with its own opinion of weight and edge. The one that warmed against his breast the night before lay sullen today, dulled to the touch as if it, too, knew they would ask more of it. He tied his hair back with the same strip of leather he'd used at a hawking meet years ago, the not familiar in fingers that had wrapped jesses and reins and now wrapped rules that did not belong to any man. He found a length of chain in the cellar store, small-linked and strong, and wrapped a scarf around a third of its length so that metal would not kiss stone if it shifted. He threaded one end through his belt and looped the rest twice about his waist. When he rose, the links laid a deliberate weight over his hips, like an oath he could feel. Sir Halden Pike entered as he always did, shoulders finding the door before the door found them, hair bound in a leather thong and jaw rasped raw where he'd taken a dull blade to whiskers. He had a chain of his own slung bandolier-wise beneath the cloak, padding sewn around its low curve so it would rub quiet. "If I fall," he said simply, tugging the slack until it gave him a measure he liked, "you'll have me. You'll have me as well," Armand said, appearing with the self-effacing suddenness of men whose lives have taught them that attention is tax. He wore no steel, only a scholar's layers and a small mail shirt borrowed from a lad who'd been glad to keep his wool. He had tied his hair in a poor knot that had already begun to escape. When Halden grunted, Armand reddened, tucked the escapes behind his ears, and produced a length of chain coiled like a sleeping adder's. "For me, for the ledger, and for the song." "Which?" Roderick asked. Armand's mouth moved before his face agreed to the idea. "The spindle chant your mother taught the village girls when they gathered in your hall," he said, eyes fixed on Roderick's hand where the keys lay. "The one about flax and patience. You always hated it." Roderick stared at him. He had been 9 and then 12, and then a boy with shoulders stiff from the wooden sword. Rage had been easier then than shame. "Sing what you can hold," he said, because commanding courage is mostly telling men their fear fits the plan. He sent the rest to their tasks, as if he were building a road through the morning. 2 pairs to the river with spears and buckets, out of step with each other, so that whoever watched would learn nothing reliable about their hours. 2 on the southern walk, 2 on the western where the small shutter sat like a needle eye in old cloth. Jory he set to tend the forge boy, for the forge gives a yard a tone that men can live to. The others he put to work that made sound, breaking off ruin from rafters, hauling old rushes, beating mold from tapestries that had forgotten color. Let the keep hear men. Let it know which of those noises were theirs and expected. They made the descent at noon because a note in a neat hand had suggested that was safest. And because if you mean to go into the ground and ask questions, daylight above is a small insurance you can feel on your skin. In the granary, Jory wrapped the trap's ring with rag again and took his time lifting, the beam eased back with care learned yesterday. They stood a breath, listening. No chime. Only that cellar-cool exhale, that brewery scent of yeast and limestone, and something like milk held too long in a warm room. Armand went first with the lamp because fear makes a scholar insist on courage when men who never read a page are watching. Halden followed, sword at hip, chain against cloak faintly whispering when he shifted. Roderick came last with keys tucked under his breast and the scarf-wrapped portion of chain braced in his hand as a climber holds to a knotted rope he means to trust. Steps remembered them. That was how it felt. Mitch's receiving what had been left the day before with a neatness that bordered on fussy. On the first landing, crumbs had been gathered into crescent smears, their curves too deliberate for vermin. On the second, someone had left a wax sliver arranged in the pointed shape of a leaf. On the third, a stone polished to an old shine sat where a boy might put a lucky thing. On the fourth, 3 white grains nestled, 2 round for oats, 2 smooth for barley. Armand could not stop himself. Milk teeth, he whispered, and then tried to bury the word under the shuffling of boot soles. At least they are not ours, Halden muttered. The space beyond the first storage room was larger than they'd expected, not cavernous but planned, a cellar intended for a house that kept winter as an adversary. Lintels were faced with iron in places men would not look unless they knew where iron mattered. In one bay hung hooks long and wicked, in another a forest of poles for hams and herbs. Someone had scrubbed the walls here at intervals that had outlived memory. The lime left pale streaks that flared in lamplight and went soft again. The ledger lay open on its stand. The neat hand had written nothing new. Roderick did not turn the next page. He did not want to teach the hand to expect him. Down they went again. Here the stones worked through finer. Steps were narrower. The turn tighter. The mortar between blocks packed to a polish. Along the wall, at knee height, ran a groove scalloped smooth. Old rope wear. Armand passed his fingers over it and made that hopeless little sound men make when they suspect the truth runs under their feet like a river. They hauled something down, he said. Often. Or hauled something up. Chain for an anchor, Halden said. Water below. Boats don't take steps. The air changed at the next bend. Even Roderick's skin, scabbed with old winters, tough with the needless stoicism noblemen grow like bark, felt it. A breath on cheek and eyelids that was not wind. A damp that did not cling as water does but settled and waited like an ear. The lamp's flame flattened, then stood again. Halden sucked his teeth. Armand hummed the first thin line of a song and faltered on the second, eyes cutting to Roderick like a child asking permission to speak in a room he does not own. It begins on a lift, Roderick said quietly. He did not want to say my mother's song aloud and offer that shape to the stone. He took breath. Fine flax, combed and clean, he said, not singing yet. Hands steady, mind keen. Halden's mouth twitched. You never could carry a tune, he said, and the jest landed because fear offered it a chair. Sing it anyway, Roderick said. So they did. Not loud, not brave, not soldiers hitting a marching call. That spindle round, sung by a voice that had taught children that patience turns knots to thread, not thread to knots. Armand's tenor wavered, and then filled. Halden found a baritone under the rasp in his jaw he had not known he possessed. Roderick pitched low and spoke more than sang, but his voice took the rhythm in his chest and turned it into something the stone could hear and know. Men keeping a pace not set by fear. The steps slackened. That was the sensation, not that they became easier. but that the tightness in their angles eased, the way a tense jaw unclenches when it remembers it does not need to bite. Armin's lamp steadying, smoke turning into a ribbon instead of a smear. They came to a door, not a grand one. Half height, iron-bound, no ornament save for the nails hammered along the plank's grain. The heads of those nails were bruised, not scratched, not corroded, bruised, as if someone had pressed each with the tip of a finger until skin gave up and the iron learned a thumb's print. A small bolt sat in an iron loop. A keyhole below, it gleamed clean. The wood around that hole gleamed too, not from use so much as from touching. Armin's mouth shaped don't, and Halden's shoulders shaped we must. Roderick set the lamp down, tested the bolt with a gloved finger. It moved without grind. He tried keys by the map of their edges on his palm. 3rd, 5th, 7th. The 8th slid in. It turned with a sound like a man not clearing his throat for fear of offending a priest. He left the bolt alone. He pushed with his hand against the low plank. The door yielded the width of a man's hand and stopped on something that was not a bar. The smell from beyond was not rot. It was that milk-warm, linen-dried near coals scent again, and beneath it that older iron. Not forge iron, not blood iron. Iron that had been in mouths and had taken on the taste of names. Halden crouched and looked. A rope, he said. No. His breath hitched in a way Roderick did not like. Hair. Plaited. Set through a ring just within. If a hand reaches, it takes hair and fist, not rope. Don't touch it, Roderick said. I have no mind to. Armand craned for a scholar's glance and then forced himself away from the seam with the discipline of a man who knows he'd make the wrong choice if the choice is made with the eye instead of the mind. Hear it, he asked. They did. Not a voice, not the melting drip of water, not rats. A trickle of something drawn along stone, like honey coaxed from a comb by the back of a knife. Feed the stairs before dark. The words met him there like the brand on a gate. He shut the door steady as a scribe finishes a line and does not. The last letter too hard. Not here, he said. Not now. They went on. The stair narrowed one more time, forcing any man who wanted to be tall to remember he was not. The groove of rope where dipped lower. Iron rings appeared set in the wall at hip height, each with a link of chain through. One link, always one, never two. The lamp's light died into the next space rather than illuminating it. The sound of their breath returned to them differently, flattened, the way sound does when it leaves a mouth and finds water too near for comfort. The room they entered was round and felt older than the work above it. The masonry bore a different hand. Joints tighter, stones laid tighter, a circle that did not wobble so much as insist. In the center, a wellhead rose from the floor, stone lipped, worn satin smooth by 1,000 contacts. Above it swung nothing. There was no beam here, no winch. The rope that lay coiled beside had the weight of ages in its twist. It was hemp married to rot, innocence married to experience. The bucket at its side was wood banded with iron thin enough to sing at a touch. A folded cloth lay under the band to keep it honest. Roderick stood, chain biting his waist, the song trembling small in his throat, without sound now. He did not look down at the water. He looked instead at the lip of the stone and found, carved in neat, cramped letters like a clerk writes on a day when the quills are few. Do not wake it. It knows your names when you do. Lower bread, not breath. Raise what it offers when it is done, if you have manners. If you do not, it will learn you differently. Armand, who had come to a house to draw lines and found instead that names had bottomless places to fall into, whispered, the mouth. Aye, Halden said, as if naming moons. Roderick set his palms on the stone as a priest might set them on an altar, and did not look into the dark. You will drink what we bring and not bargain today, he said, plain. You will not speak. You will not lick the names from my men. If you are owed, it will come at dusk. Not now. He did not know if it mattered to talk to stone. He knew it mattered to say words in front of his men. He lifted the bucket. Halden eased the rope over. Armand kept the cloth between iron and stone so no sound would turn advice into invitation. They lowered nothing but the bucket until the rope came taut, and then Roderick lifted it again. Careful, 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 do not ring, until the lip received the band again without complaint. The bucket was damp. The cloth beneath it had taken on the scent of the place, and would never let it go. Enough, Roderick said. Something touched the back of his neck. He did not turn. It was light. It was the weight of a moth, the cold of a finger dipped in milk and placed against skin to question whether you were asleep. He refused that question. They went back by steps they had made their own with song. The low door with the hairplate waited and did not ask again. The nails with bruised heads watched them with dull counsel. The Lincoln ring eyes followed. The chain about Roderick's waist ceased to bite by degrees, the way a rule ceases to gall when men have learned it. In the granary, when they sealed the trap, it felt as if something below leaned its head against the underside of the wood with a patience that could be mistaken for love if you did not think carefully. Roderick rested his palm on the strake, as men do who swear a compact with what they do not own. At dusk, he said again, quiet. At dusk. Above, the day was already sliding toward that tin-pale hue which winter calls afternoon. Work made noise on purpose. Spearmen coming from the river banged pails against shields when they returned to teach their arms that iron would sing when men chose, not when a mouth below bid. Hedda came to the bridge and said nothing at all, only raised a single finger when the bell fluttered, a brief peal like a spoon against a cup that apologizes even as it calls. Now, that sound said in its small, tired way.
Now, now, now.
They brought cakes and milk to the stair with the practiced clumsiness of cooks who've learned to love mess when the alternative is precision that wakes sleeping things. In the niches where gifts had been left, they found the stone clean and dry save for the sixth, where someone had placed a coin with a hole in the middle, as if to suggest the right way to understand circles. Armand set the cakes. Halden poured milk. Roderick left a button carved from bone, because men should give something of theirs beside flour and fat if they expect to be remembered kindly. When they sealed the trap, the first tap came from the slit behind the pantry. Polite, 3, an invitation, the house reminding them that under the rules it owned some hours. Men did not answer. From the longhouse floor, under the floorboard near the table where Armand kept his slate, came a length of iron soft grasp as it was lifted and set down by a hand that did not want to wake anyone. Roderick did not look. He had looked at too many things today that needed to be taught which way to face. They ate to the sound of nothing. Even the wind had decided to test another place. The boys chewed without comment. Men reached for salt with less show than last night. Jory said something to the forge lad and both laughed. Honest, but low, because laughter travels freer than commands. It was late when the knock changed. It did not come from the slit. It did not come from under a cot or under the longhouse door. It came from the ledger room below. One stern thud that vibrated the grain floor under Roderick's boot heels like a struck drum head. The keys under his cloak leapt against his chest with a quick, hot eagerness that had nothing of obedience in it. Stay, he told the men around the fire. He took Halden because captains are not furniture. He took Armand because if you leave the man who understands the writing when the writing comes, you break your own spine. In the granary, rag on the ring, beam eased, trap lifted, the stair breathed out. The lamp, once lit, made itself smaller as if practicing thrift. They went down to the room of hooks and poles and ledger and stopped at the threshold because this place that had looked like a cellar now asked to be given a different courtesy. The ledger lay open. No hand was over it. But the page had turned itself to the line they had not yet read because reading it felt like cracking a bone for marrow. The neat hand had written, dark and perfect, as if daylight had been wrapped and brought down in a cloth. When you must pass, pass with chain about you and a song between your teeth. If you drop the chain, do not pick it. Let it go to it. If you ring it, it will come up for you, and you will not go where men sleep. Take 3 men. No more. No fewer. If you are 4, one will leave with the child. If you are 2, one will not touch the floor on the way out. Armand made a sound and then made the sound into a cough. So he would not be the kind of man who makes noises when words are sharp. Roderick put his hand flat on the board. He pressed until the bones in his palm protested. He looked down, not into water, but at letters, because the first teaches men to throw themselves like lint, while the second gives the mind a ledge to stand on. We passed, he said. Simple. Present. We kept chain. We kept song. We kept count. The neat hand answered him with one last line, pressed deep without ink and then rubbed with chalk by Armand's trembling fingers until pale script bloomed. You kept your names, too. If you would keep your house, keep them closer. The mouth is thirsty for them. It will offer bargains with coats and buttons and lucky stones. Say no and say it thrice. Mothers know how that sounds. He could not decide which unsettled him more, that the writing referenced what they had brought, or that it teased the shape of his mother's hands without having ever seen them. They stood in that space a long span, letting the advice move through their ribs and settle where it wanted. In the end, as with most matters of courage, it was Halden who touched the world and made it move again. We've done what we can, he said, and that we felt like a plank set across a narrow place. They climbed. The yard accepted them with the blank generosity of snow. The small bell kept its peace. Hedda's cart sat across the bridge with no one at the handles, as if she had left it to observe and would collect it once house and stairs agreed who held the darker hour. Men lay down in their assigned corners and did not sleep so much as bargain with their minds for a bit of time without picture or thought. When the night came alive, it did so quietly. The chain beneath the longhouse floor slid and settled. The slit behind the pantry took a breath and released it. Somewhere on the western walk, a watchman cleared his throat and then cursed himself for it under breath. The mouth in the round room far below tasted its lip with something soft. And then the last thing for the night, the thing that would lodge in Roderick's memory more pestilent than fear. From the thick of the dark, no place you could point to, a child's voice spoke his name, not whining, not pleading, trying the weight of it like a small hand lifts a tool his father uses and says this. There was something of a grin on the word. There was something of a question. There was something of patience that did not belong to childhood. He did not answer. Halden did not move. Armand began to mouth the spindle chant and forced himself to keep time with his breath so that the song would not become a scramble. The voice tried a second time from another angle, not louder, testing whether names are different if you say them from the north rather than the south. A third time, close enough that Roderick could have believed there was a mouth near his ear if he had wanted a reason to shout. He said nothing. He kept his teeth together because a chain and a song and a shut mouth are 3 tools that can make poor trades look like law. Silence came then, not resolved so much as adjourned. The keep settled by degrees, house noises returning to their small chores. The snow went on with its patient business. The bell slept. Men did not call out in their dreams. In the gray that gathers before dawn decides whether to be day, Armand, who had slept on his side with one hand on his slate, as if fear might write on it in his absence, rose and went to the ledger again because a certain kind of man cannot leave a page unturned. He did not light a lamp. There was enough of the world to see by. The line he had rubbed chalk over had deepened. Below it, pressed so hard the page had nearly torn, a single clean sentence had been added in that same untroubled hand. Tomorrow you will need to pass beneath with rope and nail and song. Do not look into it. Do not let it look into you. Count your steps. If you reach 13 and have not found the door, you have taken a step that belongs to it. Go back and start again. He stood with the chalk crumbling in his fingers and thought, absurdly, of the way his mother had corrected his script when he was small by turning the paper upside down and making him trace the same letters backward so his hand would learn new honesty. He laughed once, a quiet, blasphemous puff of sound. He did not know whether he was laughing at the instructions or at himself for being the kind of man who felt relief when a law arrived, even if it had been written by something that drank milk from stone. When he brought the page to Roderick, the Lord did not say, "We will not go." He did not say, "We will go and make it ours." He folded the chalk sheet back with care and went to the yard to watch the ridge for smoke and the bridge for carts. Men woke. The forge took a breath and chose work. On the parapet, ice began to weep as the bit of sun found it. Below their boots, the keep listened, and somewhere under the round rooms lit the mouth wetted itself, the way a host tastes his own wine before the guests come, just to be certain it is as good as he remembers. Chapter 5. The 13th Step. Winter's light came grudging, seeping through clouds the color of old tin until the yard remembered it had edges. Men woke with the careful quiet of folk who suspect the day means to demand something and will take offense if greeted too loudly. Frost traced fernwork on the inner faces of shutters, coals in the longhouse side, and shifted as if dreaming. The forge boy coaxed a breath from the embers without show, and the first sound with the shape of morning was a whetstone's slow rasp over steel. Armand brought the ledger to Roderick while the men still had their cloaks about their shoulders. He did not need to read. The impress of last night's neat hand was plain even before the chalk teased it up. Tomorrow you will need to pass beneath with rope and nail and song. Do not look into it. Do not let it look into you. Count your steps. If you reach 13 and have not found the door, you have taken a step that belongs to it. Go back and start again. Roderick tasted the line that warned against being looked into and found old prayers in the flavor. He tied back his hair with the hawker's thong he had used yesterday and made his men do the same, not for piety, but because rules are handles and handles keep things from being dropped. He chose his tools with the same tight care a man uses to choose words in council. 2 coils of stout rope rubbed with tallow so they would move quiet, a bag of iron nails, heads wrapped in scraps of cloth, a small mallet padded with leather at the face, 3 lengths of chain swaddled so no link would kiss another, a square of heavy linen to hang when a wall needed a curtain more than stone. Hedda came to the bridge as the sky learned a thin brightness and stood with her hands under her shawl. "If you're going under," she said without greeting, "hang cloth between you and the lip. Veil the look," they used to say when we were young enough to listen without asking why, and count together, not each his own, the steps like men who agree about their numbers. "We have rope and nails," Roderick said. "Good," she answered. "Nails find bargains to the shape you prefer. Rope tells a man where he's been when fear makes him forget." Morwen the Reeve was not with her. The absence felt like a statement. Roderick did not ask after it. He passed Hedda a small sack of bent nails, payment in the valley's current coin, and took from her, in turn, a jar sealed with wax and string. "Milk thickened with honey," she said, "for when it breathes on you in that round room, it sweetens the air. Sweet air makes the tongue remember a lullaby before it remembers a name." The yard made ready as men do when they must descend into a thing that cannot be argued. Jory saw to the beam across the granary trap and wrapped the ring in rag once more. Holden strapped his chain crosswise under his cloak and looped the rope around his shoulder, so it would pay out smooth. Armand tucked the ledger under a fold of his coat as if words were a shield. He added to his belt a small pouch of chalk crumbs and a bit of bread hard as a pebble. He blushed when Roderick saw it.
"For the niches," he said.
"Or for my mouth, if I forget the song." "Don't forget," Holden said, but there was no scorn in it. He had tied his hair in a warrior's knot. It suited his jaw. They chose the hour with care. By the ledger's logic, noon was still the sanest moment in a day that divided its soul between men and other claimants. When the bit of light reached the southern walk and turned the frost to beads, Roderick lifted his hand. Jory eased the strake. The trap rose. The breath from below moved across their faces the way cellar air does in a brewer's house. Cool, damp, smelling of limestone and yeast, and that other scent that belonged to milk forgotten too near a hearth. 3, Roderick said. He kept his voice flat to deny it a tremor. No more.
No fewer.
He looked at Halden and Armand, and they looked back, and that was a kind of oath. Chain lay at each man's waist. Rope ran from Roderick's belt to Halden's hand and from Halden's to Armin's. So if one set a foot wrong, the others would be forced to feel it and make a choice together rather than alone. They entered the stair with the spindle chant between their teeth, not sung to fill the space, but to measure it, each line a step's length, each breath in agreement. Fine flax, combed and clean, Armand began, soft, steady, hands steady. Mind keen, Roderick said, saying rather than singing because his throat was made for judgments, not melody. Halden found the low note under both, and kept it where a man might rest a hand. The niches accepted what had been left last night with fussy neatness. Crumbs in tidy moons, milk gone without smear. In the sixth niche, someone had placed a small button carved from bone, the very one Roderick had left, polished now by a finger that had no oil to give, only patience. Down one turn, then another. The rope groove along the stone remembered old halls. Iron rings appeared set into the wall at hip height, each threaded with a single link as before, each eye watching without shine. At the place where yesterday the air had changed, it changed again. The lamp flame flattened and then stood. The song held. They came to the low door with the iron-bound planks and the keyhole that had gleamed with too much care. The small bolt slept in its loop. The braids of hair through the ring just within lay as they had yesterday. A plate the color of wheat, the color of straw, thin as silk, tied with a child's clumsy knot. Armand looked and then looked away as a man looks at a grave he knows he cannot leave with clean shoes. Roderick slid a square of linen over the opening and wedged it with 2 nails wrapped in cloth so the iron would not speak against stone. Halden eased the bolt. The door yielded the width of a hand. Beyond, the breath of the place came to meet them, warmer than air had any right to be so far under rock. Veil the look, Hedda had said. Roderick laid the rest of the cloth like a curtain and nailed it at the corners, each head tapped with a padded mallet in strokes so gentle they could have been a priest's benediction. The rope ran under the limp edge and into the space beyond. Count, Roderick said. 1, said Halden, not because numbers carry magic, but because in their telling men take back some portion of a house. They moved. The passage beyond was not high. It forced tall men to remember they were not as tall as they thought themselves. The wall to the left was smooth as rubbed bone. The right held the iron rings spaced like a cadence, 1 link in each as before. They set nails wrapped in rag through the links and ran their rope through the soft circles they made, a guideline a blind man could love. Fine flax, combed and clean, Armand breathed. The song kept their necks straight. If a man has a tune in his mouth, he is less likely to turn his head unless another man's life depends on it. 7, Halden said at the 7th ring. The air grew warmer by a degree. The rope pulled damp through Roderick's fingers. At the 10th ring, the wall to the left bellied outward. The cloth veil moved in a draft that had nothing of wind in it. A soft sound touched their ears, not a drip, not scurry, not voice. The sound honey makes when a knife presses backward through cone. They tasted metal at the back of their tongues and sweetness both, a wrong marriage. 12, Armand whispered, his voice thinned. They came to the 13th ring and found no door, only wall. The rope ran on into dimness that did not wish to be walked. Halden took a half step and the rope went heavy in his hand, as if someone on the far end had leaned. Armin's breath caught. Roderick's chain dragged at his waist with a small, warning insistence. Back, Roderick said at once. The page told us our mistake. He took 1 step back, and another, and felt the rope grow light again, as if a child had disengaged his grip. Halden swallowed hard. Something like a grin crawled over the back of their necks and was gone. Not laughter, not joy, anticipation learning disappointment, and promising to try again later. They returned to the 12th ring. There was a seam there none of them had wanted to see. A hairline of shadow that was not only shadow, running vertical where a mason's pride should have lived. Roderick set his fingers to it and felt, not movement, not breath, attention. He kept his eyes on his hands and slid the padded mallet's face along the join until a small give answered. Not sound, not sight. A change in the pressure against his skin. He pried with the rag-wrapped head, and the seam widened by a finger's breadth, then two. Cold air reached them from the dark beyond, and under it that milk-sweet rot that had learned to be a perfume. Door, Halden said, relieved by something he could name. They passed through sideways, cloth dragging like a hush along their shoulders. Beyond lay a space so near the round room they could feel its breath through stone. A side throat, narrower than a monk's cell. The rope ran on past a pair of pegs driven into the wall. Roderick slipped the heavy linen from his shoulder and hung it from the pegs so that the cloth fell between them and the unseen lip like a curtain in a chapel where the relic is not to be looked upon by those without vows. He did not ask himself whether that made them the wrong kind of priests. The floor sloped. Their boot soles found damp plastered with something that clung in strings and sucked at leather, like almost set glue. "Don't look up," Roderick said, as much to himself as to the others. Above, through stone and whatever. Lay upon it came a slow exhale that set the linen to trembling and made the lamp's smoke write a tiny wreath before it allowed it to rise. They moved under the veil with their song small and deliberate, and their numbers braided with it. Fine flax, combed and clean, hand steady, mind keen. The rope through the nailed loops was a mercy. Roderick kept one palm on it, and the other at his belt where the chain lay heavy. Halden's knee thumped stone once. He made himself smaller. Armand, who had not been built for this work but had insisted on it, licked dry lips and swallowed, tasting honey and iron both, and added another line to the chant in a scholar's cracked tenor. Twist slow, breathe between. The passage turned. The air sharpened, as if something living had taken an interest. From behind a cloth came a weightless touch on Roderick's shoulder, the feeling of a moth's feet or a child's fingers dipped in milk. His name breathed through the linen in a voice that had long ago taught him to keep his knees apart on a stool and his elbows down at table. It used his mother's pitch as easy as a minstrel uses a borrowed tune. He kept the song in his teeth and the rope in his hand and did not answer. The far door revealed itself by refuse, a scatter of husks, the gnawed shells of nuts, the waxy crescent of a candle chewed to wick. The stone around its edges held the luster of much being brushed by cloth or hair. It opened on leather hinges swollen with damp, fitting tight as a miser's fist. On the other side, Roderick felt cold air proper, wind with sky on it, and the faint dust that belongs to daylight even when daylight has failed. The cleft beyond ran parallel to the outer curtain, a narrow way between the keep's belly and the cliff, ending in a grating of iron bars black with age and furred where lichen had learned to live on metal. The grating had been lifted and laid down more than once. Its lower edge had chewed marks where it met stone. A wedge lay to one side, whittled from oak, worn shiny where a hand had learned to place it quickly. "Here," Halden said, "this is where the breath comes when it doesn't want to use the well's throat, and where small feet come when rules are not loved enough." Roderick smiled without humor. From the far side, then. They set the grating upright. There were holes in the stone cheeks where pins had lived once and rust had eaten them thin. Roderick took the wrapped nails and drove them in with the padded mallet, tapping until iron learned stone without singing. Halden threaded rope between bars and through rings set into the wall and took 2 turns, then 2 more, making a seaman's hitch that would hold even if a patient hand untied half the knots. Armand, breath thin but mind steady, warmed the wax of Hedda's jar in his palm and sealed rope and nail heads with it, a finger's breadth on each to muffle, to sweeten, to make the air here remember honey instead of names. They hung a second square of linen for good measure, curtain on the cliff ward side as well as the keeps, so that no direct line could be drawn between inner lip and outer world. When it was done, Roderick touched the bars with his brother's careful superstition. "You owe us nothing for this," he told the dark, "and we owe you nothing for letting us work." A laugh came then, not from the cliff, not from the well, not from the stair. It came from their own heads through their ears, the way a memory does when it chooses to behave like sound. It was a child's laugh borrowed by something that had no childhood at all, too patient by half. too exact. It set their neck hairs up as if a cold hand had pressed the wrong way along the grain. "Back," Roderick said. "Count again. If the steps change, we change with them." They went under the linen and kept their eyes on rope and stone, not on the shape behind the cloth. Twice small touches came through the curtain. Once a light brush across Armin's cheek that stung after with a clean pain of milk and a cut. Once a tug at Halden's chain through cloak, not strong enough to pull, just insistent enough to ask what price it might fetch. Halden bared his teeth without turning and tightened the slack until the links lay flat against his ribs. They reached the seam and slipped through sideways, nails whispering as the curtain fell back into place. At the 12th ring, Armand said 12, and then, because he was the sort of man who cannot stand to be ignorant in the presence of a rule, he said, "We step back here if we count wrong. If there is ever a day when 13 arrives without a door, we go back until we find the mistake." Saying that aloud gave him a rare, greedy relief. At the 9th ring, the lamp dimmed for a single heartbeat, as if a mind had cupped a palm around it to see whether it would struggle. The song dipped and rose. Fine flax, combed and clean, hand steady, mind keen. At the 7th ring, the breath from the round room lessened under stone, and grew cold in a way that belonged to a kind of rock rather than a kind of appetite. At the 5th ring, a pebble clicked to their left and rolled to their feet. Roderick did not pick it up. Men who take gifts in such places end up carrying other things they never sought. They came to the door with hair threaded through the near ring. The plate had shifted. A single loose strand lay, like a question mark, on the threshold. Roderick did not touch it. He slid the linen free and folded it against his chest, and saw that the bolt on this side had been oiled recently with tallow. The iron shone under the grease like a good tooth. "Someone above learned to pass," Halden said, voice low. "Or something below learned to teach," Armand answered, which did nothing to make any of them feel better. In the ledger room, the neat hand had written again. The ink was still wet enough to smudge if a careless sleeve knocked it. "You barred the breath. Good. It will look for other doors. You will see it. You will feel it. Say no and say it thrice. Do not be the fourth voice, even if it has your mother's tongue. Feed before dark. If it knocks at noon, it's not it. If it calls at midnight, it's what is under it. That one has not learned your law." Armand blew on the words to dry them, and then hated himself for the courtesy. They climbed. The trap took the strake without complaint. The rag around the ring smelled faintly now of honey and linen smoke. In the yard, the snow had begun again, fat flakes that turned the ground into blank paper. Men looked up when the three emerged and saw that they carried their weight differently, tighter in the shoulders, looser in the hands. That happens to men who have learned a rule and loved it for a span because it held. Work was easy for an hour because the body needed to prove it could still do simple things. Jory and the forge boy hammered nails to lengths suitable for pegs and hooks, mallet padded, strikes set to a rhythm that did not make metal speak. The spearmen took the buckets to the river and returned with their faces raw, saying the Ben's doors had been shut without slamming. Hedda came to the bridge without her cart and watched the smoke rise a while. "It will test a new way next," she said. "It always does when you block one it likes." "What way?" Halden asked. "Men's mouths," she said without turning. "They've more doors than a house." Dusk came bruised and swift. The small bell in the west tower trembled once, the sound fine as a thread pinged between nails. Roderick and Armand set cakes in the niches and poured milk thin as veins. In the 6th niche, a little cloth bundle, tied with coarse thread, waited. Roderick unwrapped it with the caution he'd used to touch a hot pot, and found a curl of hair the color of his own. He froze a heartbeat, then wrapped it again and set it beside the cakes. "No," he said softly, thrice, because some rules must be obeyed even when no one watches. The first knock after dark came from the slit behind the pantry. 3 polite taps and then a pause that invited grace. No one answered. The second knock came from under the longhouse table. 1 thud, as if a bored child had dropped a toy and wanted to see who would return it. No one moved. The third did not come as a knock. It came as a breath that touched 5 places in the yard at once. "Well, Cap, granary trap, the slit, the longhouse threshold, the southern walk, and then went away as if tasting had not yet taught it which direction to apply pressure. Near midnight, when men begin to lose the good habit of silence and replace it with the bad habit of whisper, a girl's voice spoke from the dark above the longhouse rafters, and then to the left of the hearth, and then by the door. It used the names of 3 men without mistake. The 4th time it said Roderick's name in the pitch of his father, when he had been pleased. That was nearly the worst of it. The worst was the 5th, when it tried Armand's name and found the key in it, the private twist only mothers and lovers get right. Armand's lamp hand shook once. He made his fingers tighten in time with the chant he murmured. Fine flax, combed and clean. It left. Not defeated. Deferred. The keep settled again, the way a sleeping thing shifts to ease a cramp it knows won't wake it. Toward first gray, Armand found a new instruction pressed so deep into the page that the paper had thinned as if the pen had been a nail. He rubbed chalk over it and closed his eyes as the words came clear. At noon it will be quiet. At dusk it will taste the bars. At midnight it will look for your mouths. In the morning go under again. Bring 1 more rope. Bring nails enough for a man to be tempted. Do not be tempted. Tie the rope across the round room at a man's height. Walk under it and do not rise. If you lift your head before the second song is done, it will learn the color of your eyes. Armand carried the sheet to Roderick and Halden as if his hands had become a desk. No one said we cannot go again. Once a house has taught you its grammar, you find yourself declining to argue with it. Roderick tucked the page under his cloak where the keys had learned to rest. He stood for a time on the southern walk and watched gray polish the valley into definition. River bend, herder's tracks, a curl of smoke that might have been a cooking fire or a warning. He thought about rope drawn across a room to force men to go bent, and about the way men who dislike bowing most are the ones who survive siege because pride is not food. Behind him, in the longhouse, Halden took down the old wall hanger, a coarse linen with a faded hunt stitched on it, and folded it into a width that would serve as a blind. Veil the look, he muttered, half prayer, half order, and rolled the cloth tight. Armand counted nails with a miser's care and set aside 3 he knew the greedy part of him would want to use to make some task easier. He knotted them into a corner of his scarf instead. The boy at the forge shaped a dozen new hooks without understanding he was making a different kind of harness. They slept in patches. They dreamed in fewer. When the light that pretends to be day began fingering the sill stones, the keep seemed to draw one long, careful breath and hold it, as if to see whether the men in it had learned the lesson set for them. Snow fell in slow, fat pages, turning the yard into a book that would accept any writing. The bell kept its quiet. The chains under the floor did not shift. The well said nothing at all. It was almost restful. Almost. Chapter 6, The Rope and the Eye. The day came in thin and mean, more suggestion than light, the way a miser's smile shows teeth without warmth. Frost fretted the sill stones. The wind worried the pennant stubs until thread whispered in the air. Men woke under their cloaks with the silence of folk who know a thing has to be done and have chosen not to give it more weight by naming it. The forge boy brought coals forward from their red sleep and built a heat that would not boast. Bread was cut to heels and halves. Water steamed white from bucket lips and turned to ghosts that sidled off along the longhouse beams. Armand brought the ledger with a new impress, chalk risen into words shaped like orders and warnings dressed as courtesies. He did not read it aloud in the yard. He showed it to Roderick and Halden at the long table where a knife had left a scar years ago deep enough for a child to set a finger in and swear private oaths. Bring 1 more rope. Bring nails enough for a man to be tempted. Do not be tempted. Tie the rope across the round room at a man's height. Walk under it and do not rise. If you lift your head before the second song is done, it will learn the color of your eyes. The sentence was so neat the letters looked pleased with themselves. Roderick tied back his hair with the old hawker's thong and had the others do the same, not for piety, but so the world below would find fewer handles. He chose their kit the way a commander chooses words when the wrong syllable costs men. 2 coils of rope rubbed with tallow, a satchel of iron nails with each head wrapped in cloth, a padded mallet, 3 lengths of chain swaddled in linen against stray music, 2 big squares of coarse cloth to hang where stone and sight should not shake hands. He added a small pot of thickened milk and honey Hedda had given, and a loop of pewter bells tied off in rag. Do not ring the metal, to remind his hands that instinct would ruin them. Hedda stood at the bridge when the gray broadened, shawl pinned with a bone clasp in the shape of a leaf. "You've read it," she said, as if words written under stone could be smelt in a man's breath. "Good. Then mind this. When you walk under the rope, bend like penitent folk in spring, backs remembering work, not shame. If something asks you to look up to be polite, be rude. If it makes a child cough, be ruder." "Will it call at noon?" Holden asked. "If it calls then," Hedda said, "it's not the one we've come to keep company with. It'll be the thing under that. Mind your song and your count. And if you feel warm breath on your lids, think of dust and keep them heavy." Morwen did not come. Roderick marked the absence as a pebble in his boot he could not stop to remove. He passed Hedda a pouch of bent nails in parting. She weighed it and nodded, not grateful, but satisfied that something had passed between them that tallied in both columns. They opened the granary trap with the care of men unwrapping a relic. Rag on ring, beam eased, wood lifted without kiss against iron. Air from below rose butter-soft and wrong, sweet as milk that had lain beside a hearth until it took smoke and remembered it. The steps received them like an old habit. Armand took the lamp. Halden went next with rope coiled and chain laying quiet under cloak. Roderick followed with keys knocking once against sternum like a sober heart. They took the spindle champ between their teeth at the first tread. "Fine flax, combed and clean," Armand began, voice steadier than he felt. "Hands steady. Mind keen," Roderick answered, saying more than singing, the pulse just enough to count by. Halden made the low note that holds both, and kept it where a man might set a palm. The niches had been tidied again with fussy care. Crumbs swept into crescents, a smear where milk had been licked clean. In the 6th nook, 3 white grains lay in a careful row. Milk teeth or seeds, it hardly mattered which. Both were beginnings. Armand palmed a crumb, as if to test whether the stone would object. It did not. He left it where it had fallen. They passed the storage bay with hooks and poles and ledger, and the narrow door bound in iron whose nails were bruised, not scratched, each head burnished by pressure, without point. The hairplate through the inner ring had changed, no longer only pale strands. A darker thread had been braided into it, brown as chestnut bark in rain. Armand did not breathe through his mouth until they had veiled the gap and nailed the cloth with padded taps like small prayers. Beyond, the side throat was low and damp and had taught itself 100 small ways to insist a man raise his head. The rope through the rings gave them a law to hold to. They counted together. Rings for numbers, numbers for steps, steps for sanity. At 7 the air warmed. At 10 the knife-back honey sound returned, slicked through with something like a whisper breathed against linen. At 12 the seam revealed itself to fingers instead of eyes, and their mallet made persuasion where leverage would have made music. The little door there opened to the long intake of winter, a breath with sky in it. The cleft ran to the outer grate again. Their knots from yesterday held like good memory. Wax sealed around rope and nails had taken a grain from stone and kept it. There was a new thing. 3 small triangles of leather pinned by the hinge with twine, tongues cut from shoes by a hand that knew where feet left witness. A lesson within a lesson. When the path closes, give the world something else to count. Someone outside still teaches the old ways, Halden murmured. Or the old ways teach themselves when no one else will, Armand said, and Roderick felt both truths like the 2 edges of a tool that can be turned to different work. They returned to the round room by the careful map they had made with their bodies. The rope went across at a man's height, the instructions measure, with Roderick tying off one end to a ring let into the stone, Halden the other. The knot had to be firm but quick, a seaman's hitch without flourish, because pride wasted time and time woke things. "Walk under it," Roderick said. "Keep your eyes on your boots and your hands at your belt. If your knees want to rise, bruise them on purpose." "And the song?" Armand asked too brightly. "Until it changes your breath." Halden said, grim smile not unkind. He had taken to the chant like a man who understands certain lies keep soldiers alive. Twist slow. Breathe between. They bent. The rope pressed the crown of Roderick's head, a crude blessing, forcing his gaze down to the seam where stone met stone. The lamp's light spread low and wide, washing the floor in a pale arc that refused to climb walls. Under the rope, the air felt thick in the peculiar way of a room that wants to teach you to look up. Something exhaled, slow and confident. Just beyond their view, warmth kissed lids. A wordless offer tugged along the nerves at the back of the skull, as if a host stood above with a cup and said, honor me by meeting my eyes. Roderick set his teeth on a line of the chant and chewed it as if words could be food. He kept his head bowed until his neck burned. Halfway across, something brushed Armin's cheek. Not a hand, not hair, a wet attention, the way a calf tests your palm with its tongue. His mother's voice, exact, impossible, lifted from the dark above the rope and said his name with the private tilt that belonged to winter mornings in a house long gone. He swayed. The rope kissing his scalp felt for an instant like scorn. He began to rise. Halden's chain clicked under linen as he threw weight sideways, shoulder driving into Armin's ribs, forcing him back into the curve of the bow. Down, Halden said, voice not loud, but full of the kind of authority only a man born for command can borrow for a moment and spend well. Armand gagged, blinked tears, and went small again. The song staggered, found itself, staggered, held. Now it tried Roderick, his father's voice, soft from behind and to the left as if a man stood just inside his guard with a silver basin and a question, the water inside shivering as though from a footstep. The voice said his name the way it had been said the night the bell came down, when anger and pride had learned to dress as purpose. The pull to look up was a hunger in the spine rather than the eyes. He answered with rudeness and counted. 1, 2, 3 under the chant, counting not steps but refusal. They reached the far side, with knees singing. The rope lay and would not be moved by plucking, which comforted Roderick more than he liked to admit. Under the pressure of the ceiling's unseen regard, it became important to do something not asked. He opened the pot of honeyed milk Hedda had given, dipped 2 fingers, and flicked a thin crescent against the floor within the circle of the rope's shadow. Sweet changed the room's breath by a hair's breadth, turning it toward lullaby and away from manners. He did it again, making a second crescent, careful to avoid droplets on stone that could chime. The room exhaled through them, an acceptance that was not consent. Above, something shifted like the weight of fabric on a body, and a faint patter followed. Small objects set down with fussy care in a ring just beyond where a bowing man could see. A button, a polished stone, a tooth, a curl of hair tied in a loop. The old bargain. Give and take laid out as if by a nurse with too many children. Don't, Halden said, not needing to say what. His chain knocked his chest once. A quiet argument settled in his favor. They backed away, bent under the rope again, steps measured to song and count. The room tried the next trick, a cold scent from the direction of the grate. Wind and river and far hearth made their bodies want to stand and breathe deep like men who have lived too long in cellars. The rope kissed crowns and held arrogance down. Roderick thought, suddenly, of kneeling at a first feast and swearing the easy promises boys make when the winter is kind. He tasted shame and found it useful. At the seam the cloth curtain waited. He had left one square hung and folded the other to carry. He did not look at the place where hair threaded the iron ring. He slid the cloth free, folded it, and only then allowed himself a glance down. On the stone a thin smear lay like spittle spread thin. Milk or something that remembered it. He stepped around it with pompous care, because sometimes disdain is a brace. They came away by the rings and the rope notch. At the 9th ring the lamp faltered again. At the 7th, warm breath licked the napes of their necks and learned nothing for its trouble. The chant ended itself the way a loom stops when the piece is done. They lifted the trap under Armin's steadying hand and settled it with rag and beams so no sound could turn obedience into invitation. In the yard, men read their bodies before they read their faces. It's a thing soldiers learn. Who returned and how. Roderick's shoulders were tight. Halden's jaw was set. Armin's eyes were wet, but his mouth was steady. The forge boy looked away quickly, offended that men he admired had been made to bend. Jory watched the western slit and forgot to spit. The afternoon wanted to be ordinary. Men fetched water and did not look toward the river bend for long because looking turned men into prizes. A curtain of snow came and went. Hedda did not appear at the bridge. Instead, a boy stood there, older than Prent by a handful of winters and skinnier, with a scurf of hair shaved close as if for lice, a red cord around one wrist. He carried a bundle under his arm. He did not cross. He called in a voice that had taught itself to settle flat when frightened. Reeve says dues tomorrow at second light. Bread this afternoon if you trade for yarn. He held up the bundle. And a cap.
Wool. Thick.
Halden went to the midpoint with 2 spears trailing. He eyed the cord around the boy's wrist. "What's the thread for?" he asked, easy tone. The boy did not look at it. "Keeps my hand my own," he said fiercely. "You'll not cut it." He offered the cap and yarn. Halden offered nails and a bit of lard. The boy glanced past him into the yard, eyes snagging on the well cap and the granary roof, and then on Roderick, and then on Armand with a look that was not cruel, but had been near cruelty enough times to come away scarred. "You went under," he said to the scholar. "Your hair's got the shape of it." Armand raised a hand as if to smooth what could not be seen. "We learn what we can bear to live beside," he said, not to the boy, not to himself, exactly. The trade was made. The boy left. The red cord on his wrist tugged at Roderick's attention like a hook. Dusk came, and with it the bell's small shiver as if the tower breathed and forgot to pretend it didn't. Cakes went to niches and milk to stone. The 6th nook held a little twist of linen tied with horsehair. Roderick set it aside and said his no thrice, soft as a comfort and firm as a law. The first knock after dark came polite from the slit. The second, bolder, from under the longhouse, near the iron that had learned not to ring. The third came not as a knock, but as an intake. The yard flexed, every door drawing breath at once. Men set their backs to timber in the old way, spears braced. Nothing followed. The keep eased itself a finger's breadth. Near midnight, it tried a thing the ledger had promised. Not the voice they knew, not the breath they almost welcomed. Another voice spoke from the dark, low and old and patient in a way that made the hairs at the crook of elbows stand. The voice that lives in damp places under damp things. The voice of what the note had called under it. It did not use names. It did not need them. It called out child as if it owned the concept. It called out mother as if the sound were bone. Men who had sworn to silence bit lips until they tasted metal. The voice went along the granary wall like a hand seeking a seam and then slid down, going to ground in a glide no living thing uses. The rope across the round room creaked once then, with settling where no beam was, and stopped. Sleep came in rags. Dawn collected itself from scraps and stitched a morning. Men were ugly with it, and better for being ugly. Real fear scrubs vanity. At the ledger, Armand found new writing pressed deep enough to make pulp petals on the page. He coaxed it out with chalk and stood a space with his mouth open before he closed it like a door. You bent and did not look. Good. It is angry. It will watch your mouths. If a stranger comes to your table and speaks sweetly, count his teeth. If a child comes to your gate with a cap to trade, count his shadows. At noon, go under again with rope. Not across, along. Tie it from door to door. When the under voice comes, do not let it find you between the rope and the lip. If it asks for a nail, give it none. If it offers you iron polished like a mirror, cover it with cloth and sing. After, bar the cleft with wood and wax as you did iron. Leave no place for air to think it is king. Armand read the lines to Roderick and Halden by a light, that had not earned the name Day. Halden rubbed his jaw hard enough to rasp. "It wants to teach," he said. "It wants us taught," Armand murmured. "Different grammar." Roderick looked toward the granary, then to the longhouse where 30 men had learned to sleep with their faces to wood and their hands near spear hats. "We go," he said simply, because the choice had already been made the moment they'd lifted the first lid and told the first rule to another man. They made ready with rope enough for the long run, nails stuffed in cloth, mallet muffled, cloths rolled. Jory checked the strake and kissed the rag without noticing. Superstition grows where law is thin. Hedda had not come, but someone had left a clay pot at the bridge with wax over it. Inside, when Armand peered, lay a gray powder from the hearth sifted fine, cinders soft as talc, smelling of old smoke and winter. On the pot's rim a scratched line read, in letters rough and close, "Throw this where breath goes that shouldn't." They descended at noon. The steps were a memory now, equal parts comfort and threat. The side throat accepted their cloth with the bored acquiescence of a goat moved from one stall to the next. The great rope held. Wax had set like skin. In the round room the rope from yesterday still spanned, humming under slight strain. Stone breathing, perhaps, or the thin tremor of something leaning on the idea of it. They tied the new line from doorway to doorway, a low horizon they could crawl beneath in dire need. It lay a hand's breadth above shoulder at one end and an inch lower at the other, as if the room had declined to be level purely out of mean taste. They bent. The rope pressed. The air seemed to take their measure. The undervoice came, as promised, from nowhere and everywhere, felt first in the teeth, then in the ears, then in the joints. It did not call names. It did not bargain. It announced itself like weather that intends to see how your roof holds. It moved toward the lip and then toward the door, and then, clever, toward the seam in the linen as if seeking the flaw in a cobbler's work. "Down," Roderick said, the order barely breath and holy law. It tried a new hunger then, thinner and worse. The urge to laugh, rising from the spine rather than the throat. The way a man laughs before a court when the grotesque choice is public and pride is the only thing you own. Armand's shoulders shook. He bit the chant and choked on it. Halden slid his palm along the rope and pressed it to Armand's neck. Weight and warmth, brother and command both. The laugh died with a little cough that might have been a sob if the sound had lived long enough to learn a face. From beyond the rope, something skittered over stone and stopped with a dry tap. A nail, their kind, iron, head-wrapped, sat just beyond reach like a coin fallen off a counting table. It shone raw, even muffled. It wanted to be used. Armand reached and Roderick's chain caught his wrist. "No," Roderick said, steady as a stone in a river. "It does not get our tools. It does not get our habits." He scattered Hedda's cinders thin in an arc between them and the nail. The powder took the sheen from it as frost takes shine from a berry. The room's breath soured with displeasure. They worked along. At the far door by the grate, they found wax puckered where it should have smoothed, as if warm lip and tongue had tested the seal. Halden thumbed it flat and pressed a sliver more in, careful to make no sound. The linen on the clipboard side had been tugged and then left with the patient pride of a cat that has been told no and plans to obey until everyone looks away. On the way back, at the center of the room, the rope above them trembled as if a hand had brushed it, then went still. The undervoice gathered itself and pushed. A weight rolled forward. Slow, circular, as though a wheel lay hidden above and someone had decided to turn it. It stopped above Roderick with the strange courtesy a child shows who believes he deserves to be pleased for mischief and is waiting for praise. Armand dropped the pot of cinders and flung linen over it to smother any jingle from the clay. "Sing," he rasped, though no one had forgotten. They sang, breath thinning, knees screaming. The weight rolled away with the calm of a satisfied guest in a house he thinks is his. When they reached the little door with hair in the ring, a single strand had fallen, caught at the corner of the frame. It lay across Roderick's knuckles when he raised the cloth to fold it. His skin prickled cold. He brushed it off without pinch. It clung to the cloth instead, and stuck there as if by choice. He rolled the fabric and did not shake it free. In the ledger room, words had bloomed again without ink. Good. Do not be vain. It will come daylight with a man's mouth. He will bring you a debt and offer you thanks. Do not take either. If the thankful man laughs, count his shadows twice and bar the door on him. If he asks for a nail, show him your empty hand. If he asks for a child, show him the rope. They climbed. The strake took the weight with a tired grunt and settled. Men in the yard turned their heads like grain in a wind that has changed. A group of 5 approached the bridge, a shape out of the valley that named itself without title. 3 men with farm shoulders and the kind of hands that count animals without moving lips. 1 woman with hair braided too tight for comfort, and Morwen at their center, red strip on sleeve, mouth set for public work. With them came a 6th, walking a little aside in a coat too fine for the season, and a smile made for benches near fires. He carried a small chest tucked under his arm and wore a cap that had not been woven in any house within a day's walk. They stopped at the midpoint. Snow gaitered their boots and sat on their shoulders. The man in the fine coat spread his hands in greeting, palms clean, rings dull with cold. "Lord Vale," he said warmly, "your house breathes again. All the valley says so. I am Edric No, a traveler with small means and fair manners. I came to bring thanks." He lifted the chest. "For the wood you lent the ferryman 3 winters past when the river took his bench. He asked me to carry this to whomever sat in your hall, and now I see who that is." His smile made itself easy as a knife sliding into a wet sheath. "Dues as well, when the reeve calls for them. I am a friend to men who respect customs." Roderick did not look at the chest. He looked at the man's mouth. The teeth were straight and very even. "3 winters past," he said, neutral. "Indeed," the traveler said, when the old lord still studied water in basins. Hedda's warning reached back through the noon. "When a stranger comes to your table and speaks sweetly, count his teeth." Halden shifted his weight, chain whispering under cloak. Armand slid a step to Roderick's right and angled himself so that his shadow lay across the traveler's feet. Snowlight makes poor measures, but even poor measures can tell you when 2 shapes don't agree. Edric No had 1 shadow at his boots, and then he had another, reaching the other way as if the light had moved without moving. "Thank the ferryman for his patience," Roderick said. He raised an open hand. "Empty. We don't take debt today. We don't take thanks. Both are cheap until a house is proven." Edric's smile cooled a finger's width. "You are proud," he said, not as an insult, but as a description of a component, lime in a mortar mix. "Pride keeps men from kissing rings and binds men to stupid ends. I would have thought your knight taught you a gentler art." "The knight taught me to bend when I choose," Roderick said. He kept his eyes on the traveler's mouth, and on the way the man's breath made no smoke for a count of 3, and then remembered. "And to be rude when politeness costs me names." Edric tilted his head. "Then let me be rude for you," he said pleasantly, and the second shadow at his feet thickened. For an instant Roderick smelled the round room. Milk turned sweet. Iron warmed in a lip. The small bell in the west tower trembled once, the sound fine as frost cracking. Morwen flinched. The farmer to his left muttered a prayer in a voice meant for sheep. "Bar the door," Roderick said softly, without taking his eyes from the traveler. Halden's palm lifted, and the spears at the gatehouse mouth stepped as if they were one body. The portcullis dropped a finger, only a finger, a promise rather than a threat. Edric's smile expanded, because men like to widen a thing when it narrows before them. "We will speak later," he said, unbothered. "I am patient. I keep hours well." He tapped the chest with 3 fingers, 1, 2, 3, then set it at the bridge's crown and stepped back, unruffled. The second shadow did not step with him. It lagged and then came on, like a child that has to be reminded to follow the line out of a church. They left. Morwen did not look back. The chest sat on stone. Snow ticked against its lid. "Do we take it?" Jory asked too quickly. "No," Roderick said. "Not until it is ours. Or until it walks in by itself and names us correctly." The wind shifted, carrying the dry smell of cinders under damp. Somewhere between granary and longhouse, a length of iron shifted under boards and laid itself down again, without note. On the western walk, the watch spat carefully over the side and did not listen for the sound it made below. They ate, and the food did not turn in their mouths. Men talked more than last night, and less than the night before. The small bell kept its thin peace. Roderick sat at the end of the long table with keys where his breastbone knew them and read the chalked lines again with his fingers, the way a blind man reads a carving and finds truth that eyes miss. If the thankful man laughs, count his shadows twice. He looked at the chest on the bridge and pictured a coin inside polished like a mirror and cloth meant to cover it, and song to lay between eye and reflection. He pictured rope across the round room and along it, and the way the weight had rolled like a wheel, patient as law. He pictured the strand of hair that had chosen to cling to his cloth, and knew he would burn that square and use the other tomorrow. Men slept by portions. The keep waited. Snow went on with its work. When the first gray seeped through the shutters, Armand was already at the ledger because sleep could not treat him worse than ignorance. New lines had risen, short, as if the hand that pressed them had written while walking. When you open the box, do it outside the wall. If nothing is inside, shut it and fill it with stones. If a mirror is inside, cover it and throw it in the river bend where the ferryman's pole goes deep. Count 3, and then 6, and then 9 while it sinks. Do not look after it. Do not name it. If he laughs, do not answer. If he sighs, do not answer. If he whispers your mother's hands, do not answer. He breathed out a small laugh that was not humor, not relief. It was the sound a man makes when the world has decided to keep teaching him, and he has decided to keep being the sort of man who learns. He brought the page to Roderick. The lord of the place looked toward the bridge, where the chest had grown a cap of white, and then toward the granary, then toward the western slit that held its own patience like a thin coin. At first light, he said, we do the thing with the rope again. After that, we see what thanks looks like when it has to cross the river to be thrown away. He rose. The men around him rose, too, not because he asked, but because habit is the easiest kind of faith. The forge boy bared his teeth at the cold and held his tongs as if they held meaning. Jory shouldered a coil of rope and found it lighter than fear. Halden slid his chain into place and felt it for weight, as a priest might weigh the bread he means to break. Armand put his fingers to his temple, where warm breath had kissed his lids and found nothing but skin and the memory of almost. They went to the trap, and the house went quiet in the way a church does when the slow footstep of a man who knows the ritual comes up the aisle. The rope waited. The rope hummed. The undervoice had learned that patience writ in stone is an instrument you can play without moving a finger. Down, Roderick said again, and the keep listened to see whether they would give it the color of their eyes. Chapter 7. The Chest at the Bend. Morning arrived grudging as ever, a thin bruise of light that taut edges back to stones one crack at a time. It was the sort of gray that made men speak in undertones and take their bread with small bites, as if sound and appetite might draw notice. Rime fretted the joints where timbers met stone. Hoar frost laced the murder slits until each narrow eye looked veiled. The chest on the bridge wore a cap of white, and the kind of patience that means to outlast men's better sense. No one touched it. Men glanced and then practiced not glancing, which is a different art and harder. Armand's first duty, as ever now, was to the page. The ledger had dried in the night with new channels pressed into pulp, the neat hand's letters raised like welts when he coaxed them with chalk. At noon, go under again with rope. Not across, along. Tie it from door to door. When the under voice comes, do not let it find you between the rope and the lip. If it asks for a nail, give it none. If it offers you iron polish like a mirror, cover it with cloth and sing. After, bar the cleft with wood and wax as you did iron. Leave no place for air to think it is king. Beneath, in smaller strokes as if written walking, when you open the box, do it outside the wall. If nothing is inside, shut it and fill it with stones. If a mirror is inside, cover it and throw it in the river bend where the ferryman's pole goes deep. Count 3, and then 6, and then 9 while it sinks. Do not look after it. Do not name it. He carried those orders the way a priest bears relics, avoiding the temptation to be seen believing. Roderick listened and did not let agreement show in his throat. Only in the ordinary way he drew his belt tighter and bound back his hair with the old hawker's thong. Halden settled his chain under cloak so that linen deadened the whisper of winks. The rope for today's work lay in coils rubbed with tallow until it took a man's hand like skin. Nails sat wrapped in rag within a leather bag. A mallet with its face padded waited at hand's reach. 2 great squares of coarse cloth, folded to hang easy and blind hard, rode under Roderick's arm. Hedda had left a clay pot at the bridge before dawn. Inside lay sifted cinders smelling of winter stoves, a powder to take shine from temptations. They kept the chest where it sat and gave it the courtesy of being ignored. Men turned instead to work that taught house and fear their proper order. The forge boy coaxed breath from embers without boast. Jory and 2 more trimmed rotten ends from rafters to honest length. Prent beat a threadbare tapestry until it breathed dust like a dry field. Roderick let them be seen doing such things. Houses are careful to men who behave as if they will be long-lived. They went under at noon, as the neat hand preferred. Rag on the ring, strake eased, trap lifted without clink. The stair breathed up, cellar cool and sweet with that wrong warmth that lives where milk stands too near a fire. They entered with their chant between their teeth. Armand's tenor taking the spindle lines first and setting a count more felt than heard. Roderick sang rather than singing, because command sits crooked on melody and still must be brought. Halden making that low floor of sound a man might set his palm on without shame. The niches had been tidied with fussy grace. Crumbs gathered into neat moons. A smear where milk had been licked clean lay like glass on stone. In the 6th nook a small loop of thread waited. Horsehair through flax, tied too tight by fingers that had more patience than strength. Armand reached and drew his hand back empty as if he'd nearly taken a coin meant to buy something he did not want. Beyond, the iron-bound door's bolt moved polite beneath padded mallet taps. The hairplate in the inner ring had learned a new color, a single chestnut strand braided through pale, like a vein showing beneath skin. Roderick hung the first cloth and nailed it at its corners, strokes breath soft, each head wrapped against gossip. They passed with faces turned toward stone and song, rope through rings making the world narrow to a rule a man could hold. At 7 the air warmed by a thought. At 10 the wrong honey sound scraped along the linen as if a knife pressed backward through comb. At 12 the seam offered itself to fingers that had learned not to look for favors with the eyes. The cleft to the outer grate took wax like a duty. Yesterday's seal had been tasted. Today they smoothed it flat again, and pressed a sliver more where lit might try. Halden counted knots under breath. Seaman's hitches taken with spite at anything that might fancy itself cleverer than rope. A triangle of leather pinned beside the hinge. New today, fresh cut from some poor boot's tongue, spoke of a pair of hands outside that had refused to leave the world to its worst grammar. Roderick touched it once as acknowledgement and moved on. The round room received them like a great creature that has decided for the hour to pretend sleep. Yesterday's rope still stretched shoulder high and hummed with the faint tremor of a place that breathes whether men desire it or no. Today they tied the second line from the doorway with hair-threaded ring to the seam at 12, low enough to touch the crown, high enough to allow a stoop. Walk under it and do not rise, the page had ordered. They bent. The rope kissed skulls and kept arrogance down where it belonged. The undervoice came without theatrics, no names. No tempting lilt borrowed from mothers and fathers. It arrived first in their teeth and knees like weather gutting a house, then ran along the rope as if it were reading them. It pressed forward the way a wheel rolls, slow, assured, patient. The urge to lift the head was not in the neck so much as in pride. Honor a guest by meeting his eye, and Roderick answered it with discourtesy that felt like virtue, clenching a line of the chant between his teeth until it tasted of grit. Armand faltered once when warmth slipped across his eyelids and coined his name in a mouth he recognized without wanting to. Halden's shoulder found his ribs, as if by chance, and reminded his body of its better mind. When it tried trickery, it did not borrow voices. It rolled out a scent, a thread of river cold and smoke and what might have been baking if one were the sort to be fooled. The linen trembled, asking to be looked past. Roderick opened Hedda's cinders and cast a thin arc on the floor between them and where the breath pooled. Warm went to cold as frost goes to berries. The rope hummed once, as if pleased at not being alone in its duty. At the center, a small sound like a nail touched by a finger came. Temptation with a tidy face. A wrapped head iron lay just beyond reach. Wrong even now. Armand began to extend his hand without knowing it and stopped when the chain at Roderick's waist kissed his knuckles and made the memory of rules sting. They left the iron to the floor and gained nothing by so doing, and that was the virtue. They completed the line, hands on rope, backs bent, song in teeth. At the hairplate door, a single strand had fallen out and clung to the cloth's edge as if it chose not to touch skin. Roderick folded the linen with care that was almost cruelty and did not shake it free. Some things you carry until you can kill them properly. In the ledger room, the neat hand had written again, ink still glistening weakly, as if the air refused to drink it. Good. Do not be vain. It will come daylight with a man's mouth. He will bring you a debt and offer you thanks. Do not take either. If the thankful man laughs, count his shadows twice and bar the door on him. If he asks for a nail, show him your empty hand. If he asks for a child, show him the rope. There was no flourish. Men who write law rarely waste ink on pride. They climbed into a yard busy with the sort of work that passes for courage. Water hauled, wood cut, shields mended where old splits threatened to make stories. Hedda did not appear at the bridge, but Morwen did, red strip on sleeve, 2 men and a woman at his back. With him walked the stranger again, his fine coat an offense to the season, and his smile dressed for a bench near a hearth. The chest waited where he had left it, wearing its snow. They met at the crown of the bridge with iron pins underfoot and the valley at their backs. The traveler spread his hands as if showing he had no weapon, which in a place like this was a declaration of poor imagination. Lord Vale, he said warmly, breath not smoking for the first count, and then finally remembering the day. I left you a kindness. You left me a lesson. Both can sit together for an hour without fighting, I hope. Roderick looked at his mouth and not at the chest, and not at the way the light made 2 shadows at his boots, one honest with the sun, the other lagging as if late to its duty. We don't need thanks, he said, calm as winter. We have cakes to bake and ropes to tie. Edric, no. If name were the right sort of shirt for him to wear, let his smile tilt. Men who refuse gratitude are like mills that refuse wind, he said. They grind worse. Let me offer dues, then. Coin, nails, a pretty plate. He tapped the lid of the chest once, twice, thrice. Morwen stepped a half-pace aside, not fearful, only practical. Halden lifted his palm. The spears at the gatehouse mouth came down a finger in unison, a courtesy extended to possibility. We'll take dues tomorrow at second light, he said. Today we take sense. Edric laughed. It was not loud. It was not cruel. It was the sort of laugh men make when they are enjoying themselves in front of a crowd and expect to be admired for it. The second shadow thickened for half a heartbeat and then remembered itself. Roderick felt the keep's stare breathe through the stone as if listening. He did not look at the chest. Very well, the traveler said easily.
Tomorrow, then.
I am patient. He set the chest down with a courtesy that belonged in a hall rather than on a bridge, and stepped back 3 paces, then 3 more, as if obeying directions not yet spoken aloud. He went down the path toward the bend without looking over his shoulder. Men who are certain of being watched do not tire their necks with turning. They dealt with the chest as the page required. Not within the walls. Roderick had Jory rig a sledge from 2 stripped rafters and a coil of rope. They looped the chest in linen so no ring or hinge could speak out of turn. He took Halden and Armand and 4 with spears, because 3 is a rule underground and 6 makes a line on a road. Hedda met them halfway down the path without her card, red hands bare to the cold, mouth set to the shape of a woman who means to see whether men will insult a rule and, if so, whether she can live after it. Out here, she said, chin toward the scrub where the path bent away from the keep's flank. Not under a wall's ear. If it's empty, fill it and throw it on a midden. If it's plate, do as you were told. Don't let the sun kiss its face. Don't let your own. Roderick nodded once. He had Armand hold the rope, as if it were the only good thing a man had brought with him from his childhood. Halden set the chest on a flat stone under a crooked alder and pressed his palm to each corner to feel for tremor. None came. Roderick levered the lid with a wedge cut from old oak and wrapped in cloth. The hinge gave politely, the sound not iron but breath. Inside lay cloth, gray and fine, folded on itself in a way that expected reverence. Roderick did not oblige. He pinched the edge and lifted. Beneath lay a plate of polished steel bright as winter water, smooth enough that the weekday found itself in it and became something other than light. Even through cloth the shine wanted eyes. Cover, Roderick said, the word small and absolute. Armand brought the spare square of linen and let it fall across the plate, while his own breath tried to thicken and slow. Halden eased the cloth's edges under and tucked the corners as if binding a wound. Hedda sprinkled a pinch of cinders upon the drapery, and the shine dulled by a thought. The way pride dims when named. They did not look. They tied the chest shut with rope. They set it back on the sledge and moved it down path, without the consent of ceremony. Snow made no noise of its own. The river announced itself first as cold at the knees through wool, then as the sort of sound that refuses to be named. Hard ice, hard moving gray, a voice that does not mind if men think well or poorly of it. The ferryman stood with his pole planted in a brown bank where the bend cut deep. He looked at their hands rather than their faces and kept his mouth closed as if language were a tax. Where? Roderick asked him, giving the man a chance to bless the rule or betray it. The ferryman set the butt of his pole where a man would put a boot if he meant to cross a stream and not get pulled, and pressed. The pole sank. He did not look up. There, he said, without deference. They heaved the chest to the lip and then, with a heave that was not pride, shoved. It slid and tipped and went over, cloth on steel, rope on wood. The noises of work, not of worship. Water took it. The river does not catch. It accepts. Roderick counted with the same voice he used to name men in a role so they could be paid, and thus be worth keeping. 3.
Breath.
6.
Breath.
9. On 9, Armand's mouth tried to make a name out of his mother's hands. He bit the chant instead until his jaw hurt. Halden watched his own boots, because the color of a man's eyes is too fine a thing to give to cold. They did not look after it. The ferryman did. He is built for that. He kept his eyes on the place where his pole goes each day, and his back knows which muscles will answer. He did not ask for coin. He has a different ledger. On the path back the world seemed too generous. The sky held its gray without temper. The scrub kept its brittle leaves. No voice called from the hedgerow asking a child's question in a mother's tune. Hedda walked with them as far as the stile and stopped, hand on a post worn to a shape by men now bones. It will come from the other side now, she said. Air loves a crack. Men do too. It will learn yours. At the bridge, the chest's old square of white remained as a memory, an imprint in snow where weight had taught stone to feel its company. Edric no stood farther down the road than courtesy would put him and lifted a hand in greeting that did not cost much to offer. Lighter, isn't it, Lord? The day. He made the words sound like a compliment he expected returned. Roderick did not answer. He had men raise the portcullis a finger and then lower it again, just so the iron would remember who moved whom. The traveler smiled as if he owned patience and the road both. He tapped his cap once, then twice, then thrice, a man teaching a child the number that follows two. When he laughed, which he did at last, the second shadow at his boots thickened and leaned toward the keep like a boy hoping to be invited in at the end of a song. The gate stayed shut. Evening came with its small bell, just the faint ping of a spoon apologizing to a cup. Cakes went to niches, milk to stone, the sixth nook politely receiving their refusals as it had learned to. The first knock after dark was the slit. 3, polite as a neighbor who knows where you keep the salt. The second, bolder, under the longhouse floor where iron had learned to sleep without speaking. The third was breath drawn at 5 places at once, denied, and then drawn again at 3, and then at 1 in a demonstration of arithmetic that had nothing to do with mercy and everything to do with patience. Half the night passed on the quiet obedience of men. Watches kept, songs kept small, names kept behind teeth. Then the other thing came, the undervoice the neat hand had named without drama. It did not call names. It made itself a weight above the rope through the round room and leaned down until men on the wall felt their knees ache for no reason and their eyes water as if smoke had kissed them. The rope creaked once. The room below held its breath for a count of 12. It let that breath out through the stair and up into the yard like a host who intends that his courtesy be noticed. No one answered. The well said nothing. The bell slept. In that gray that collects before day, when fear dresses itself as memory to save ink, Armand found new impressed strokes on the page. Your river forgets better than you do. Good. The thankful man will come with a debt and laughter again. Do not pay and do not laugh. Bar the side slit from the outside with wood and wax. If you must open the hair door, bind your wrists to chain and sing. If you must pass under the rope, count the song twice. If you hear a cough that sounds like a child's, count thrice. Coughs are hands asking for your chin. Below, pressed so hard the page had puckered, one last line. If a boy with red thread comes at noon and asks for a nail, give him bread, not iron.
Bread.
Armand brought the sheet to Roderick, chalk ghosting his fingers like flour. Roderick read it and looked toward the bridge, where the snow kept its print, and toward the path, where morning would cut a black line through white, and toward the granary, where rope lay waiting in little obedient coils like good rules. He turned his gaze last to the western tower slit, the thin mouth where the bell's tired voice rests.
We'll bar the slit, he said.
We'll keep the rope. We'll count twice. We'll keep bread at hand, and not nails. What if he brings a ledger of his own?
Holden asked, not to jest.
Then we keep reading ours louder in our heads, Roderick said. He did not smile. He did not give the day the courtesy of pretending to be lighter than it was. He stood, and the men who watched him do so did not say my lord out loud, because the hour did not like the taste of ceremony, but their bodies said it anyway, spines straightening, hands finding old work with new care. They barred the side slit before the sun found a seam to slip silver into. Planks set crosswise, wax pressed into cracks with thumbs, rope turned 3 times through rings and tied with knots that would make any patient hand tired. They took the cloth that had carried the fallen hair strand and burned it in a brazier, the smoke sweeter than it had any right to be, as if protein remembered a field it had never known. The rope in the round room hummed. The well kept still under its capstones. The bells slept. When noon came, so did the boy at the bridge, red thread around his wrist, cap too thin for the wind. He had a handful of something wrapped in paper. His eyes flicked not to the chest's old square, not to the gate, but past Roderick's shoulder as if counting hooks along a beam. Nail, he called. The word did not beg. It asked as a rule might ask a man whether he intends to be honest. The thread at his wrist tugged, as if something liked to keep tally. Roderick lifted a heel of bread instead and broke it. He carried it to the midpoint with 2 spears trailing and set it on the stone between them.
"For your hand," he said.
The boy looked at the bread, then at Roderick's empty glove where a nail would have fit the palm better. A muscle in his jaw moved once. He took the bread, and the red thread on his wrist slackened by the width of a hair. He did not smile. He put the bread under his arm like a tool and left, posture taller by a thought. Edric No did not appear. Men like that do not waste good entrances. The day kept moving and the keep kept breathing. Roderick took his men down again to the rope because the page had said count twice, and a man who ignores arithmetic in such places learns the hard curriculum. Under the rope, the room tried a cough. It was a small sound, almost timid, ruined at the end, the way a child's cough is when his mother has told him that if it will not come, he should say his name in his chest to coax it. Armin's chin twitched up before the chain tapped it. Halden's hand came steady at his nape like a blessing. They counted not to 9, not to 12, but thrice the song-length minimum, and the cough wore itself out as false things do when ignored. They came up with knees afire, and a sense that something older than malice had been cheated of a courtesy. If houses can sulk, the keep sulked. It did not ring. At dusk the bell gave a single thread of sound. Cakes went where cakes go.
Milk found stone.
The 6th niche gave them. A thread knotted wrong. A small brass button blackened with age. A nub of wax bitten into a crescent. They left them where they lay. Armand wrote in his own hand on a spare sheet, and did not press hard. We will not trade names for trinkets, and slid it under the ledger as if courtesy could learn to speak in both directions. The neat hand did not answer. It rarely answered when men asked, only when men needed telling. Night held. The undervoice tested rope like a hand drumming on a table. The stair's breath rose and fell. The slit held its wax and wood. The longhouse floor lifted iron and set it down with gentleness enough not to speak. Sleep came, not to all, not deep, enough. Before dawn, when the sky was paper and the valley a charcoal line, Roderick stood on the southern walk with the keys against bone and watched the bend for a man in a fine coat and the road for a boy with thread, and imagined the sound the river had made not because a box sank, but because a rule had been obeyed. Houses are cruel, but they are not stupid. Some nights, if men teach them how, they can be taught to be fair. He stayed until the first smear of gold thawed about taking the edge off tin. In the longhouse, Armand warmed his hands over a grudging fire and ran a thumb over the last line pressed into the page at some point during the gray, letters bitten deeper than any before. It will ask for feast. It will ask for a bell. Give cake. Give silence. If it asks for thanks, give none. If it asks for iron, show it wood. If it asks for sight, count thrice and bend. Armand read it aloud to himself, then to the room, then again for his fear, which likes repetition. The keep listened. Men did not praise the light. They made ready instead, rope coiled. Songs memorized not because they were pretty, but because they were long enough to take a man through a room still intent on learning the color of his eyes. Chapter 8. The Feast of Quiet. The day began as a grudging smear, the kind of gray that puts a lid on men's thoughts and makes even good bread taste like obedience. Frost etchworked the inner faces of narrow windows. The longhouse beams kissed back the white steam of breath and made ghosts of it. The chess square print on the bridge had softened under new snow until it looked as if weight had never argued with stone. No one mentioned the print. Men have learned to leave fingerprints on silence instead. Armand stood over the ledger before he broke his fast. Chalk dust lived now in the lines of his hands the way flour marks a baker, and the neat hand had given him fresh work in the night. It will ask for feast. It will ask for a bell. Give cake. Give silence. If it asks for thanks, give none. If it asks for iron, show it wood. If it asks for sight, count thrice and bend. The last line had been pressed hard enough to pucker the sheet. The letters looked sure of themselves. He carried the page as if a priest bearing relics expected someone to test his balance. Roderick read without letting anything in his face betray whether he was relieved to be told or angered to be commanded. He bound back his hair with the hawker's thong. Habit turned into practice, and tucked the keys where Bone knew their shape. Sir Halden looped chain crosswise under his cloak until the links rested flat against ribs and said, as if to the iron, "We bend because we choose it." Armand, who had chosen less often in his life than he had been chosen for, nodded as if he understood what choice weighed. They were readying wood and wax for the side slit when Hedda came to the bridge with a boy who wore the red thread at his wrist. The thread tugged when he stopped as if it wanted him more forward than sense did. Hedda's jaw had found its clasping shape. "Feast," she said without wasting a greeting. "It's tonight by the old measure, when the first fat snow holds to the hedge and the river runs like dull pewter. We've always brought cakes and milk and a song without words." She looked at Roderick and found the question he had not spoken. "A bell, once. Your father took that." Roderick remembered his father's hand on a rope and his mother's mouth thin, as someone remembering stitches. "No bell," he said. "Not metal. Not hair." Hedda inclined her head a hair's breadth, which in her mouth meant agreement enough to bind a neighbor across a fence. "We'll send cakes by afternoon," she said. "We'll come not within your walls. Feast is a law of the steps, not of lordly tables." Morwen arrived with his strip of red wool and a weather-beaten face that knew how to count and keep both kindness and threat from showing. "Dues tomorrow," he said, "if your men keep their backs and their tongues tonight." He flicked his eyes toward the western slit and then down to the boy's wrist. "No bells," he added without taking credit for wisdom. "A man in a fine coat had a laugh to sell in the village last night. We paid him none." Halden grunted approval that sounded like old leather doing the work it was made for. They barred the side slit from the outside with deliberate hands. Planks crossed in an X, wax pressed into seams until thumbs remembered work and forgot pity. Rope went twice through iron eyes and took knots that sailors teach their sons by shoving hands, not speaking words. Armand sealed the last smear of wax with a touch warmed at his breath, and the thing smelled faintly of tallow and hearts, a comfort where there should have been none. They went under at noon because the ledger's rules had proved themselves rules, not superstition dressed up. Rag on ring, strake eased, trap lifted without kissing iron. The stair's breath stroked their faces with that cellar-cool sweetness wrong by the warmth in it. They carried the spindle chant between their teeth like a coin men roll while playing at cards and swearing they're not gambling. Fine flax, combed and clean, Armand's tenor made the pace. Hand steady, mind keen, Roderick's voice said rather than sang. Halden found the low run that men put their hands on when their minds would scatter. The little door with the iron bands yielded to muffled taps. The hair braid slid through the inner ring the way river weed slips along a pole, present light, making a man's skin itch to be rude to it. They hummed cloth and did not look. The rope through the rings made a law they could hold. At 7 the air held a breath. At 10 the long honey scrape sounded lightly against the linen, polite as a priest coughing. At 12 the seam offered itself, and the padded mallet insisted without ringing. The cleft to the outer grate kept its wax like a promise someone means to keep because he has counted witnesses. Roderick touched the triangle of leather pinned by the hinge. The new strip. Once. A grunt of thanks without a word. In the round room, yesterday's rope still sang softly to itself, taut with the mild tremor of a space that has learned to breathe along with men, but not for them. They tied the second line again, door to seam, shoulder high, no higher. Walk under it and do not rise. They bent. Warmth stroked eyelids. Something above them lifted a cup of breath and held it as if toasting them. The urge to look up arrived as courtesy and dressed as pride. They answered with rudeness and named the rudeness virtue. It tried a cough then, small, manufactured, the sort taught to children to bring them sympathy. Armin's throat twitched to answer with his own name before the chain nudged his chin down. He counted to thrice the length of the chant, and the cough learned it had chosen the wrong house to visit. A nail gleamed at the edge of Lamp's reach, as if it had rolled to a stop and asked to be useful. Roderick salted it with head as cinders until Shine learned shame. Something like a will leaned above them and, finding that their bending had no good end but stubbornness, rolled away with the dignity of a disappointed guest. They came up into the slow-breathing yard and set the last work for the Feast of Quiet. The forge boy cut hoops from a rotten barrel and bound them with cloth to make muffles for the small bell in the western slit. Bran and Kai went up the iron spikes with chain looped under their cloaks and rope tied from waist to waist. They moved careful as men crossing a bridge made by grudges. Near the top, in the little platform under the slit, they found the bell, a small thing polished by being looked at, and its clapper bound to a rope twice as sinful as any rope had a right to be. Hair braided fine and tied with a loop that made men want to put their fingers in it. They did not put their fingers in it. They strapped the padded hoop over the bell's mouth. Kai's hands went so gentle that Bran swore after, quiet as a prayer, that he had not known those blunt fingers could behave. The bell made one small sound then, like a spoon shyly touching a cup, and the muffle aided until it had no boldness at all. In the afternoon, Hedda's boys came not to the bridge, but to the lower turn of the road with sacks of cakes still warm in their cloth and jars of milk tied with twine. They set them down and walked back without looking over their shoulders. The boy with the red thread came later with a cap he had meant to trade for a nail. He found bread instead, as the page had ordered, and took it with a nod that had learned not to beg. His wrist strings slackened by a breath. Edric did not show his coat. The absence sat in the eye like grit. Men kept glancing down valley, as if politeness could make a fox choose a different henhouse. Dusk bled into the yard with slow hands. The cakes went to niches with the studied clumsiness of cooks who do not want their offerings to look like seduction. Milk found stone in thin lines that quivered, but did not spill. In the sixth nook little objects waited, arranged with a child's neatness. Button, polished pebble, a sliver of wax with tooth marks. Roderick turned away and did not lend them meaning. Feast was not barter. Feast was feeding the thing that wanted to learn how men lived, so it would not insist on teaching men how to live instead. When the first sound came, it was not metal. It was the stair exhaling through a grain and plank seams, as if the whole keep loosened its belt to sit. The side slit, newly barred, took a breath and was refused. The longhouse floor lifted iron and set it down like a nurse putting a child to sleep and telling him that the song was done. The well stayed dumb under its stones. The western slit, cossed by cloth, offered a tremor and swallowed it. Then the true beginning. 3 soft taps from nowhere, at once, polite to the point of insult. Now, the men around the hall looked to Roderick and did not move. The taps came again at the granary, at the longhouse door, at the very hinge of the newly sealed slit.
Top, top, top.
A pause with manners in it. A third set. Roderick let his breath travel his mouth without words. Silence has a weight when a lord lends his shoulders to it. Feast is as much not doing as doing. They did not speak. They did not hum. They let the stair eat. Crumbs taken in tidy arcs. Milk smooth from stone. Somewhere below, small mouths worked with a fervor that could have been greed if a man wanted to call it that, or could have been relief if he wanted to believe otherwise. The air warmed and cooled. The room under the rope remembered to keep its breath to itself. A thread pulled tight in the far walls relaxed a finger. Halfway through the night, because rules test men when they are tired enough to fail, the thankful man came to the bridge with laughter shaped for benches and bread ends, and the kind of neighborly contempt that looks like charm. He carried nothing this time. No chest, no plate. He brought thanks, and a smile that showed even teeth. He stopped where the iron pins are set like stitches and called across in a voice tempered to flatter stone. Feast sits well on you, Lord. Let me praise your wisdom. Let me drink your health from your own cup. Roderick went to the midpoint with Halden a step behind and two spears placed so their presence could be counted in the dark. "Keep your health," he said, voice not warm. "Spend it somewhere it buys something." Edric said, as if they had shared a joke. "You are proud. Pride is a kind of hunger. It can be fed." "Then I will starve it," Roderick said, and the small bell in the muffled tower swallowed a tremor the way a hand swallows a fly without notice. Edric laughed, and the second shadow at his boots, the one that lagged like a boy told to leave a feast and dawdling, leaned forward to see whether the gate would take a friendly foot. It did not. "No thanks," the traveler said then, sweetly, as if a child repeating a lesson he loathed. "No iron."
No shade.
"You mean to be rude all night. Very well. I will come to breakfast." He touched two fingers to his brow like a man who has learned how to be seen. He went down valley where the road makes a black mark between fields. Roderick watched him until he was a shape, and then not even that. In the yard, quiet became something more than absence, a creature that spread itself over wood and stone and lay there, heavy and benevolent only because men had chosen to pretend it was. Firelight made low red in the hall, and not much of that. Men ate because chewing kept their mouths from answering out of habit when their names were said.
No names were said.
The thing below had learned not to waste its breath. Once, somewhere under the west walk, a small giggle tried, high and thin and wrong, and died as if laughed back in a mouth that belonged to neither child nor woman nor man. Toward the watch that men don't count because counting then makes morning further off, the under voice explored the ropes. First the one across. A weight rolled to the center and pressed, asking for a groan. The rope resisted and only hummed, which is what law does when you treat it like a door. Then the one along. The pressure went end to end, as if measuring men's patience. It found no opening. It did not rage. It simply learned and withdrew with the certainty of a thing that has hours to spend and reckons itself rich. When the gray that thinks about day began to gather, Armand moved like a man with a bad conscience and went to the ledger. The page had swollen a little from damp. The breath of the stair makes parchment remember it is animal. He coaxed up the news strokes. "You kept your bell shut. Fee state."
Good.
"In the morning, bar the hair door on both sides with wood and wax. If you must open it, bind your wrists to chain and sing. After you have barred it, carry chains to the round room and hang them over the rope at 3 places. If it tastes iron, it will find its patience shorter. If the thankful man brings kindness at dawn, give him none. He will ask for sight. Give cloth. If he asks for names, give him stones." A second line sat beneath, pressed deeper, an afterthought that felt like it had been written by a hand moving. "Today, keep men off the western walk at noon. It will look there and not find eyes. That will anger it without teaching it your faces." He read it twice and carried it to Roderick, chalk dust white on his fingers like frost. Roderick looked toward the tower slit and imagined Bran and Kai being told to stay their feet when the habit of a good garrison would be to pace. He gave the order anyway, because a house had set there a grammar stricter than drills. The side slits outer bars helped, wax cooled to a skin, and took thumbprints they would recognize in years if they lived to years. Roderick had wood cut to fit inside the hair door and wax set along the grain where the plank would touch stone. When the bar went into cup set for it went without complaint. They ran rope through rings and tied knots of patient hand with firearm. Armand sang because the page had said singing mattered, and in a place like this, a scholar will embrace even humiliations that save bones. His voice wobbled once, and then remembered what it sounded like when his mother passed a distaff to girls and told them to keep their elbows in. They descended at noon with hooks for the round room ropes and lengths of chain wrapped like sleeping snakes. 3 places they chose along the span, left, center, right, and hung iron so that links lay over hemp like bracelets on a wrist. Iron does not sing if you teach it not to. The linen curled around each link kept it from gossiping with stone. The room's breath changed by a tiny fraction, enough for men who had taught themselves to read breath to notice. It learned the taste of iron and kept its tongue a while. At the western walk, empty by order, the slit smiled at nothing. Below, the small bell crouched like a toy that had dreamed of being an instrument and woken to find cloth pressed into its mouth. Whatever lived with the bell for company, or fed on its echoes, made no sound. Sometimes denial is a feast. The boy with the red thread did not come at noon. The absence made Armand itch, as if a word had been pulled mid-sentence. Edric No did not show at dawn or after. Hedda sent a woman with a salted side of pork and a bundle of wool too coarse for any comfort, and the message tied to it with butcher's twine. Keep men from looking at the tower when the light stands high. If you must, smear soot at the corner of their eyes. Sight goes where it's invited. Roderick had no soot to spare, so he gave men work and kept them where counting did not involve sky. They scrubbed steps with lye and water until stone remembered it hated men and not the other thing. They cut crossbars for doors that had never had them and found that would behaved better when you did not ask it to ring. They burned the cloth that had carried that falling hair, and the smoke curled sweeter than it should have, which taught them nothing useful except that the world would spite them wherever it could. Dusk made pewter again, and then something darker. The bell gave not even the apology of attack. Cakes and milk went where they ought. The sixth niche held nothing at all, no button, no pebble, no wax but gummed to a crescent. Perhaps that was a courtesy. Perhaps it was a failure. Men chose to take it as respect. Feast was not barter. It was a law being read aloud and obeyed without applause. Night gathered itself into its serious hour with the quiet of a cat that has decided to sit instead of strike. Roderick ate with his men and did not frown when Prent laughed at something stupid that Kai told with his hands. The laugh was clean. It did not try to be anything but human. The undervoice pressed at the iron laid along the rope and withdrew once, then again, like a man testing a neighbor's fence and finding it measure to the inch. From the side slid a memory of drafts moved along planks that had forgotten air, a long, thin sigh that ended in its own irritation. From the well, nothing. The mouth under stone had learned to mind itself for a span. The first trouble came not from below, but from the bridge. The thankful man returned near midnight without a chest and without Morwen, as if private favors were better currency than public dues. He stopped where snow made the world polite and called up with that fire-bench voice as if nothing between them were dangerous. Lord Vale, he sang a little. The end of his words turned sweet for the night. Feast sits well on you. Let me praise and bring you a gift. Not iron, not plate, not name, sight. He lifted an object wrapped in whited cloth and did not lift it far. A looking plate from the city, where men shave without rivers. A small one, good for more than pride. It shows what stands in the room behind the room. Useful, when rope has made you crouch. Roderick's jaw set. The page had written exactly such a lie into law. Keep it, he said. Bury it. Or drown it where ferrymen don't fish. We don't need sight tonight. Everyone needs sight, Edric said almost kindly, even those who think touch is better. His cap wore a drift like a crown. The second shadow at his boots spread itself and learned the shape of the portcullis teeth and seemed to like the look. I will come at morning, he added, and you will be hungry for thanks. I will be generous. You'll be turned away, Roderick said, voice flat enough to lay lengthwise along a plank and serve as rule. If you bring anything, bring bread for a boy with thread. If he asks for nails, give him none. Edric smiled with the patience of men who like to watch other men learn slowly. You have taken good notes, he said, and went, leaving only the shape of a laugh behind him, which is a trick some men learn in courts and bedchambers and under stairs. The laugh did not move the bell. The rope did not tremble for it. Quiet resumed its posture and chose to hold the house for the last hours until gray. Morning seeped. Roderick found Armand already at the ledger, chalk at the ready. New impresses rose, tight and practicable as bindings. Today, Carry bread to the bridge at noon without waiting to be asked, and leave it and go. If a man returns it, do not take it. If a boy offers you a nail for it, tell him the nail is yours. Keep it and leave the bread. Today, go under with chain and song, but do not hang new iron. Feel where the rope has thinned. It will have. Bind your wrists to your chain. If you must pass under, count thrice. If you feel breath on your eyelids, think of grit. It hates grit. Below, a smaller line, the neatest yet. Do not say thank you to anyone for anything until this run of feast is done. Armand read it and kept his mouth closed because he had almost formed the words thank you to Roderick for something so simple as not laughing at his song last night. He put the phrase in his pocket the way men put pebbles in a shoe to remind themselves not to forget. They did as the page said, bread on the bridge without needing to be asked, then absence given as a gift. The boy with red thread arrived late, as if a string had pulled him to other work first. He saw the bread and stood over it a moment, hands at sides, the way a child stands over a new tool and considers whether he will be allowed to keep it. He looked toward the gate. Roderick raised his empty hands and did not nod. The boy took the bread and the thread slackened, and he did not leave a nail. They went under with chain at wrists for the insult of being forced to it. The rope had thinned where weight had leaned. Even iron has its pride. Halden hung no new links, but laid his hand along the hemp like a groom stroking a tired horse. The room's breath pushed once, then twice, then spent itself against iron memories. They bent and sang, and if the song went thin at the edge, it held enough music in it to count. Breath warmed eyelids. Armand thought of grit under his nails and kept his lids heavy. When they came up the stair and sealed the trap, the house made the smallest noise, wood easing, stone yawning, and then shutting its mouth. It sounded like a promise. It could have been a threat. Roderick chose to call it a promise because men require the geometry of their courage to be measured in their own terms. At the bridge, toward afternoon, Edric no-stood again with emptiness under his arm as if absence were a sort of gift. "We have all been so well behaved," he said cheerfully, as if writing an entry in someone else's journal. "Do invite me in, Lord, and let me chuckle at your board just once. Laughter keeps houses sound. Silence keeps this one," Roderick said. "Then you can teach me." Edric replied with candor so plausible it might have convinced a half-witted king. At breakfast. "Tomorrow at second light we collect grain," Roderick said as if nothing in the world existed but dews and weather. "Bring something in a sack that looks heavy." Edric's smile made a small concession to irritation. "You will be difficult until you can afford to be gentle," he murmured. "Very well. I keep hours. I keep roads. I keep patience." He went, and his second shadow had trouble choosing which way to turn until he had given it a momentum with his heel. Dusk lowered its lid. Cakes, milk. The sixth niche's emptiness. Quiet lay down again with the house under it. Men slept badly, but enough. Roderick stood a watch with Halden and said nothing that counted as thanks when Kai brought them a cup and did not spill it. He burned the word at the root of his tongue because the page had told him to, and because tempting the rules was what his father had done with a rope and a basin, and a bell the size of lordly pride. Near morning, just before the gray learned how to be light, the under voice made one careful try at the rope. Center, where iron lay, where chain rested, leaned, found itself denied, and withdrew without teaching anyone's eyes a new color. Somewhere under the round rooms lit a series of faint taps counted to 3, then to 6, then to 9. Roderick did not answer. The house decided, for once, to admire such rudeness. When light seeped into the longhouse, Armand read again because now that duty had become habit, and habit is how houses are kept. The neat hand had left a short line only, pressed with a point that had not blotted even where rest had been scarce. Today nothing asks and nothing answers. Keep law. Keep silence. If thanks rises to your mouth, keep it with your teeth. If laughter rises to your throat, swallow it like gruel. Tonight is the last to feast. After, we count differently. Armand lifted his head and found Roderick already watching him. The Lord nodded once and did not say the words men say to make fear feel like duty.
He did not need to.
The men in his hall had learned their letters for this house. Rope, chain, cloth, cake, milk, no metal, no thanks, count thrice, spend. They could read those well enough to recite them backwards. They went their ways, each to a task that taught Quiet how to sit without complaint. The forge boy kept the temper of his work under the level of sound that wakes old instruments. The river took its own counsel. Hedda watched the smoke from her yard and decided not to visit a place that had chosen to govern itself. Morwen gathered dews in low voices. Edric walked the bend where the ferryman does not fish and found a stone to kick that made the right noise. He smiled into the water as if it might return the courtesy. In the keep on the crags, the bell slept under its bandage. The well kept its mouth shut. The rope lay heavy and clean. And men, who are as bad at silence as they are at greed, practiced, and found that for one day in winter they could be as disciplined as a page pressed by a careful hand in the dark. Chapter 9. The Night Without Thanks. The morning came in thin and pewter, the kind of light that makes even good bread taste dutiful. Frost stitched white veins into the joints where timber met stone. The longhouse beams took breath and returned it as a faint mist that clung to rafters like old vows. Men moved softly for the sake of the house rather than one another. Boots set down with care, buckles checked with cloth-wrapped fingers, so iron would not gossip. The square print where the chest had sat on the bridge softened under fresh snow until stone behaved as if it had never been asked to remember. Armand went to the ledger first, as hunger now waited upon ink. The page had taken the night into itself and offered back only a single pressed line, neat as thread pulled tight. Today nothing asks and nothing answers.
Keep law.
Keep silence. Tonight is the last of feast. After, we count differently. He rubbed chalk across the impress and read it again, wincing at the last sentence as if it had a sharp edge. Roderick read, without speaking, and bound back his hair with the hawker's thong. The keys lay a familiar weight under his breastbone. He let them be. Ser Halden stood with his chain crosswise beneath his cloak until the links lay flat along ribs. One more night quiet, he said, not as comfort, not as warning. Merely the weight of numbers laid in order. Then we set our own. The reeve came at second light with 2 men and a woman behind him, each carrying a sack that sagged honest with grain. Morwen did not bring the traveler, which was a kind of courtesy. Dues, he said, for a hall that keeps rule, not thanks. He put the word down as if it might bite if handled without respect. Roderick nodded. Leave them outside, he said. We'll fetch them once the house has taken its count of the day. Hedda came after with a boy who wore the red thread on his wrist. The string tugged when he stopped, as if it preferred distance to caution. She did not greet. The last feast always wants a bell, she said. We'll want none of that. Cakes come toward dusk. Milk, too. She looked to the western tower slit, and her mouth found its clasping line. Keep your men's eyes elsewhere at noon. Sight is a door if you let it forget itself. We learned that yesterday, Roderick said. Learning wants reminding, Hedda answered, which was neither approval nor scorn, and left with the boy without stepping past the first pin on the bridge. Edric did not appear. That absence sat in the throat like a crumb. Too small to choke, too irritating to ignore. They kept men off the western walk as the sun found what little height it could manage. Bran and Kai worked the inner stairs with rope and cloth, checking the padded bands on the small bell where it crouched under the slit. The clapper tried once. Just a little twitch. No sound but the expectation of one. And Bran laid his palm against the muffle as a mother might lay a hand on a restless child and murmur nothing. He came down pale from the wind and the altitude and said he had felt hair on his wrist and then realized it was his own. He tied it back and did not look pleased with himself. Noon passed without instruction from below or provocation from above. That quiet had a shape now, the kind fatigue takes when it knows men are saving strength for a particular hour. Work played out in tasks that left wood smooth and doors braced and food measured. Honest occupation, a keep can live on. The forge boy mended buckles without letting them ring against his anvil. Jory cut crossbars for doors that had never possessed them. Prince shook mice from a rolled tapestry in the yard until it gave up its dust like an old field letting go of summer. Dusk slid into place as if it had been waiting on a bench nearby. Hedda's boys left sacks by the lower turn and walked back short of the bridge without looking over their shoulders. The cakes were warm under cloth. The milk thickened until it trembled on pouring. Armand and Roderick carried them through the granary with a practiced clumsiness a house respects, offerings set not as a seduction, but as a law obeyed. In the sixth niche, nothing waited tonight. No button, no pebble, no tooth. The absence stood so deliberate it might have been a bow. Roderick turned away before courtesy tempted him into an answer. They ate with backs to timber and faces to the door, and left portions on plates because old laws do not love tidy plates. The watches took their places. The small bell in the tower kept its padded mouth shut. For a stretch of time that could have been an hour or a heartbeat, the house lay under its quiet like a man under a thick quilt. Then the taps began, 3 at once, from nowhere and everywhere. At the slit behind the pantry, at the longhouse threshold, at the hinge of the granary trap.
Talk, talk, talk.
The sound had that absurd politeness that makes a man want to be rude out of self-defense. Roderick did not answer. No one did. The taps came again, and then for a third time. The men let them die without reply. Some kinds of silence have teeth. This was one. The stir from below followed. A soft animal rummage seen in sound rather than sight. Crumbs moved. Milk licked. The stair breathed through the planks. The ropes in the round room thrummed once, then came still. The well under its cap sat like a shut mouth. For a moment Roderick thought they might have the night without a test worth naming. Edric No came with his smile instead. He walked out of the gray like a man returning from a christening, hands empty, cap dusted white, coat too fine for the season. He stopped at the crown of the bridge where the iron pins bite stone and lifted his head as though sniffing a kitchen. His laugh arrived a moment before his voice, low, companionable, the sort of sound that makes men foolish if they let it own them. Lord Vale, he called softly, as if calling not to a garrison but to a man at a bench. Your feast sits well. I have come to pay my respects.
No chest, no coin, no plate.
I brought the only gift men never refuse, thanks. Roderick went to the midpoint with Halden a step behind and 2 spears in shadow. He kept his hands open and his teeth closed. The keys under his cloak tapped his sternum once, as if to ask whether they were still his. He did not grant them the courtesy of an answer.
Keep it, he said.
Spend it on someone who wants it. Edric smiled wider, the way a man does when he thinks he has been sent a better cue for his next line than he could have written. Pride is a meal here, he observed. I wonder which of us eats which. He took 1 pace forward, and the second shadow at his boots leaned like a boy reading over a friend's shoulder. Let me stand under your eaves, he said. Let me shelter my words where they will not freeze. I ask little. You ask names when your tongue tires of things, Halden said, flat as iron laid on a board.
Do I?
Edric asked mildly, as if curious to hear his habits described. Tonight I want none, only to share quiet with men who feed theirs so generously. Then share it from there, Roderick said. He did not raise his voice. He did not lower it. He let the law be the law and kept his teeth on the word that almost rose, the one men let fall when fair speeches end. Edric laughed again, and this time the second shadow at his feet tested the bridge pins as if to learn the distance between them. Someone at Roderick's shoulder, the lad Prent, by the shape of the breath, almost said thank you under it, the way soldiers do when a superior handles a thing neatly. Halden's palm found the boy's shoulder and pressed once, a reminder as physical as hunger. The word did not escape. It turned to gruel and went down. Very well, The traveler said, shaking snow from his brim with a little flourish. I keep patient. I keep roads. I keep hours. He lifted 2 fingers to his brow. In the morning, Lord Vale, I will come with coin to make your reeve smile and bread to make a string slacken. You will like me then. The string on the boy's wrist tugged in memory. Roderick did not answer. Edric's smile thinned, but only a fraction, as if a tailor had taken in a seam. He went down the road without looking back. His second shadow followed after a heartbeat, disgruntled as a dog put off. The house took its breath again. The stair ached. Milk shivered and was gone. Somewhere beneath the longhouse, a length of iron lifted and settled with the careful pride of a nurse laying down a sleeping child. No voice called names. No cough tried to play at sympathy. The rope across the round room groaned once under weight and then hummed approval of itself. Near the hour when men stopped counting, because numbers seemed to push morning away, it changed. The first sign was the heat under Roderick's palm where it rested on the longhouse table, thin, a skin of warmth passing over the grain. Then the keys knocked his sternum twice as if a finger, polite and insistent, had tapped them from inside his cloak. At the same time the muffle on the small bell upstairs flexed. Bran and Kai, posted by the inner stair instead of the walk, stiffened as one. The bell made no sound, but it tried to make wanting into sound. The hair rope tied to its clapper tightened without a hand on it, like a memory deciding it preferred to be present. Hold, Roderick said, not loud. He went to the base of the stair with Halden and Armand. No metal, he said to the 2 men above.
Cloth. Hands.
If it strains, smother it like a candle. Bran's eye carried down quivering but obedient. Kai signaled agreement with the butt of his spear against the step. Wood on stone, not iron. They went up slow, chain and buckle bundled, or left below. Roderick kept watch at the stair mouth and listened to the bell try to exist. It was a little thing, that bell, and worn by time, and in daylight it would not have frightened a child. In the wrong hour, little things are instruments. The bell did not ring. It shivered. It twitched in its bandage with the energy of a voice that has been told to keep quiet until its turn, and means to have the last word anyway. Kai laid both hands on the muffle and pressed. Bran leaned his forearm against the clapper through cloth and gave it the weight of bone. The little instrument discovered it had no choice but to obey. Roderick let out breath he had not realized he was holding. The second sign came at the well. The capstones took on that faint warmth they had worn once before, a shift so slight a man could call himself a fool for feeling it if he wanted to be unkind to his senses. Roderick set his palm on the topmost stone and felt it answer like a beast under thick hide. The mouth is thirsty, but remembers. He lifted his hand as if he had touched a face that did not belong to him. The third sign came from the granary trap. One thud, sober, like a man of business knocking at a counting-house door. Armand swallowed something that might have been a prayer, and then remembered that tonight was quiet, and prayers are words, and words are bad currency. He held his lamp close to his own coat, as if light might be misinterpreted, and counted his breath to 9, and then to 12, because numbers are a fence. The thud did not repeat. When the testing stopped, it stopped completely, the way a cat ends play by sitting down and licking a paw with exaggerated dignity. The house eased. The ropes in the round room sighed. Bran and Kai came down with their palms smarting, and the smell of old linen clinging to them. It wanted to sing, Kai said, angry with himself for sounding spooked. It wanted to hear itself in you, Roderick said. You told it no. The keys under his cloak tapped his sternum, once in agreement with someone, whether with him or with a different mind entirely, he did not ask. Gray gathered itself in the high places and began to move along the ridge toward morning. Men blinked into the change with the relief of the wrong kind, because a night passed does not mean a law one. It means a test was graded and will be offered again in crueler fashion later. The ledger had new words for them when Armand brushed chalk across the scant page. Feast held. No bell. No thanks. After this, count differently. At noon, speak your law 3 times where men can hear it, and write it once where it can hear. Law is rope if you make it so. The mouth minds rope, right? The cakes are given by Vale's leave. The steps are fed at dusk and not at any other hour. Names belong to the hall and not to the stair. If it scratches after, scratch back. If it brings trinkets, leave them. If it brings hair, burn cloth that carries it. If the thankful man asks for sight, give him wood, and if he asks for thanks, give him bread. Armand read with a voice that sounded like an old man's because sleep leaches youth from throats. He looked up and found Roderick already nodding. "We'll make the law ours at noon," the Lord said, out loud for men, in ink for what listens. After, we test what a house does when it hears words spoken by the man who keeps its keys. The boy with the red thread came before the sun climbed a finger. He had snow on his shoulders and a look like a dog who has decided not to follow a stranger for once. He held nothing in his hands. He did not ask for nails. He did not offer thanks. Roderick took a heel of bread to the bridge and set it on the pin and went back without making it a ceremony. The boy watched him and then took the bread and the string, slackened to the smallest of sags. He did not smile. He put the food under his coat and left with the sort of walk a man uses when his body is learning to be his own again. Edric No came when he said he would. Second light into third, hands empty and coat too fine, the road whispering under his boots. He had a face made for benches, and words for men who like to be flattered without noticing. He lifted a hand and gave Roderick half the bow, 1 currency to spend when you cannot buy what you want. "Lord Vale," he said warmly, "a new day. I bring bread." He showed his empty palms, a kind of jest, in the form of offers. Inscriptions, perhaps. City craftsmen can give you letters that last. "We have letters enough," Roderick said. He did not look at the man's mouth this time. He looked at his eyes and at the 2 shadows at his boots, and at the way breath did not quite steam until it remembered to. "We have rope. We have cakes. We have a way to talk to this house and to let it answer." "You have pride," Edric said, not unkindly. "It sits on you as mail does. I see you kept quiet when quiet was asked." "We did," Roderick said. "And you did not thank anyone for anything." Edric went on, pleased to have observed a rule. How clever, how dreary. His smile lifted obediently when he told it to. "Today will be full of talk then. Let me in to hear your law, Lord Vale. I like law when it dresses as music." "Stand where you are," Roderick said, and the traveler's second shadow, which had seemed about to drift a finger forward, drew itself up with injured dignity. "If you want bread," Roderick added, "go to the bend. A boy with a string has some. Tell him it is his." Edric tilted his head. "You think me a thief," he said pleasantly. "You think me worse than a thief. You think I am funny." The word had an old weight in it, the kind that expects a crowd to enjoy itself. "I think you are patient," Roderick said, "and that patience in a man with a second shadow is not a kindness." He raised his open hand, empty. "We'll not trade words today. We have our own to say, and we need them said without interruption." Edric bowed deeper, the way a man does when he is indulging someone else's dignity. "Then speak," he said. "I'll keep the road." He turned back down toward the bend with that careful stride of men who trust their feet to do their thinking. His shadow lagged and then caught up. At noon, with the light as high as winter allows, Roderick stood in the yard with his men ranged along the longhouse wall, and Hedda at the bridge with 2 neighbors at his shoulder, and spoke his law. He did not shout. He did not whisper. He said the words like stakes going into cold ground. The cakes are given by Vale's leave. The steps are fed at dusk and not at any other hour. Names belong to the hall and not to the stair. He spoke them again, and then a 3rd time because some numbers bite deeper. After, in the ledger room under the granary, he took Armand's quill and wrote the same lines in a hand not nearly as neat as the one that had been advising them. Letters thickened where the pen fought the fiber. edges rough, the kind of script that comes of cold fingers and a man and used to gentleness. The page drank the ink, the stone drank the meaning. A beat later, as if a courteous clerk had added a notation, a faint line pressed itself below his words. Heard. Roderick did not smile. He felt the keep register him the way a horse accepts a new hand, reluctantly, interested because pain is possible again, but so is clarity. Toward evening, the sound under the rope changed to something like a wheel turning just to prove it remembered how. The small bell upstairs took 2 breathless shivers and no note. The well warmed and cooled like a sleeper turning over. The side slit creaked once against its waxed bars and then made itself still as a scolded child. None of those things were peace. They were the end of a lesson. When dusk came, they fed the steps a last time for this run, and did not make a litany of it. Cakes, milk, a silence with teeth. The 6th niche remained empty, and that absence was the best gift. Men ate and did not talk about having managed it. Some looked tired in ways that would not mend with sleep. The boy Prent had a line between his brows that would not leave until he was 40. Night crept up the spine of the keep and put its hands on the usual places to see whether anything wobbled. The bell dreamed under cloth. The rope held and hummed where chain lay. The mouth under stone tasted the terms of the law it had been given and found its breath rearranged. The tapping came, polite and then bored. It stopped. The stair ate and kept its crumbs tidy. And for the first time since they came, the gray before day felt like something earned rather than merely endured. Armand found no new writing on the page, only the faintest of dents where a hand might have tapped the margin with the tip of a quill while thinking. He closed the book with care, as if he had been told to mind it by someone he feared disappointing. When the thin light taught edges back to the yard, Roderick stood on the southern walk and looked down valley, and then back across his walls, and then toward the western slit. He felt the keys under his cloak and did not lift a hand to touch them. Somewhere below, in the round room, a weight rolled a little and settled, as if a guest had changed chairs to see whether a different angle would make the music sweeter. The law he'd spoken lay like rope from beam to beam. The house minded it, not because it loved him, but because it had heard itself named. After feast, the counting would change. He could hear that in the width of the silence, and in the way his men breathed, as if breath could be saved for future days. He looked toward the bridge where no chest sat and no thanks waited, and saw only snow. He nodded once, to no one and nothing. Now, he said to Halden when the captain came to his shoulder, we bind the things that move and name the things that don't. Law, Halden said, as if testing a blade's edge with a thumb.
Ours.
Ours, Roderick agreed, and the keep, which had learned something about manners and appetite in the last 3 nights, made no objection he could hear. Chapter 10. The Binding of Breath. Day came like a used coin, thin, handled, carrying the smell of many pockets. Snow had written over the prints on the bridge in a small, patient script. Frost scored the slit windows and the hairline cracks in lintels with the steadiness of an old clerk. Men rose because men rise. The keep felt their weight and measured it as a millstone measures grain. They began with law, not stew. Roderick walked the yard before the light had chosen its color and spoke the words again where wood and stone could learn their shape. The cakes are given by Vale's leave. The steps are fed at dusk and not at any other hour. Names belong to the hall and not to the stair. He said them once to the longhouse door, once to the granary stones, once to the capped mouth that pretended to be only a well. He did not shout. He did not whisper. He put the syllables into the world as a man sets pegs and checks the line. Armand set the same lines to page a second time, ink biting where fiber resisted, his letters reliable rather than pretty. Then he carried the words below and scratched them on stone where parchment would not do, the ledger room's lintel first, then the jamb of the little door with iron bands. He used a nail wrapped in cloth, so iron would not speak out of turn. The groove shone pale where he wrote, VLE's LEAV. D-U-S-K, na M-E-S fell on G to ha-L-O. He pressed until his wrist ached, and until the stone remembered. A thin reply came after, a faint scoring that rose from within the wall more than from the air, the way a house answers with its joints when asked for proof. One word made itself, shallow and neat as a clerk's private mark. Heard. Roderick nodded as a man nods to a far neighbor over a hedge. Good, he said without warmth. Then we keep counting. Work arranged itself like rows in a field. Jory and two others set a frame for a bar on the hair door's inner face. Oak planed smooth, wax warmed under breath and pressed along the grains so wood and stone would hold to one another, as if they had something to lose. The bar itself was a length from the longhouse and table, sawed true, rubbed with tallow at the points where it would kiss iron, wrapped in cloth at its palms. They made cups to receive it from scraps of plank, nailed without ringing. When they lifted and set it, the bar went home like a thought that has been waiting for the right mouth. Ser Halden laid chains for the round room, 3 short lengths swaddled so lynx would not whisper their pleasures. He hung them over yesterday's lines of hemp, left, center, right, barely touching a thread, a brace, not a weight meant to wear rope to rot. Iron smelled like storm. The room's breath changed a hair, warmer where iron lay, cooler under cloth, an old appetite learning a new flavor and making a face without voice. Hedda came to the bridge after the light had widened and stood with her shawl tight, the boy with the red thread at her side. The string tugged once and slackened, as if something far away had realized that men's rules might, for a span, weigh as much as its own. You spoke it, Hedda said without spendthrift phrase. Law keeps a house until pride remembers reasons. What's your reason, Lord? To sleep, Roderick said, and to keep boys' thread slack. He looked at the string, and then at the boy, and then away, because eye contact is a kind of promise, and he was not done choosing which ones he could afford to make. Morn arrived with grain and 2 bundles of wool too coarse to be anything but honest. He set them where Roderick pointed, outside the wall, in the eye of the yard, but not under its roof. Dues, the reeve said simply, and news. Your traveler with the city coat took breakfast with no one and left no thanks. He laughed at a gate, and the gate learned nothing. You'll have him when he wants the learning back. Roderick grunted. He'll come at a wrong hour and ask for a good price, he said. We'll teach him what we can without putting a hand through our own rules. At noon, by Armand's chalk, they kept men off the western walk and let the small bell make no sound. Bran sat on the inner stair with his palms in the bandage around the cup, as if he were shushing a spirited child. Kai kept his back to the slit and whispered a counting of nails driven that morning so that his mouth had numbers instead of curiosity. The tower was quiet. Quiet has weight when men lend their shoulders. They opened the hair door one last time, because a law means less if it can't survive its own maintenance. Rag on bolt, padded mallet taps without sting, linen hung so sight and breath would part polite. Inside, the ring with its braided threads waited like a trick. A single new hair glinted dark among the straw golds and the pale, a strand Roderick recognized in the way men recognize their own things from a distance. It snagged on cloth when he lifted the curtain. He rolled that cloth and held it in his fist, and did not shake it free. Bind and bar, he said. Halden set the inner plank. Jory drove the wrapped-headed nails into the cups that would take the bar. Armand sang the plainest of the spindle lines, steady, unmusical, meant for hands, not for ears. When it was done, Roderick took the rolled linen with the hair caught in its weave and set it in a brazier held by the boy at the bellows. The cloth went to flame, slow at first, blaze as a kind of noise, and then hung there with a sweetness that had no right to heat. A single bright twist in the smoke curled, and tried to write a letter and failed. Hedda spat once toward the draft, and muttered a word that belonged to any mother and no saint. The smoke went where smoke goes. From the outside, Roderick said. They barred the slit facing the yard with planks dressed in wax where they would kiss stone. Then they wrapped the ring itself with cloth, ring, and the iron eyebolts that had tempted so many hands before, and drove a wedge above, to press without striking. It looked like nothing from a distance, just wood on wood, but men who had learned to read in this house saw the script for what it was. Afternoon slid. The work of keeping a building from teaching you its preferences took on the shape of chores. Cakes were set to rise. Milk was warmed and cooled, then sharpened with cloth around steel. The forge boy kept his blows to the kind that stay private between a hammer and a tool. Edric No came at the 3rd hour afternoon. As if he had promised the road, he would not tire it before evening. He wore the same fine coat, and a smile that remembered good benches and generous cups. He stopped where the iron pins make a seam across the bridge, lifted a hand, and said nothing. It was almost admirable. Roderick met him with Halden again, and 2 spears to either side, but a little farther back. They stood and looked at one another with the expression men wear when neither intends to show what they want. "You spoke law," Edric said first, as if complimenting a child's posture. "It sits on you like iron, not graceful, but hard to dent." "I like iron." "You like it when you hold it," Halden said. Edric's eyes crinkled neatly.
True.
"You keep quiet well. Hard on the throat. Good for the bones, perhaps." He looked past Roderick into the yard with the shameless calm of men who know looking itself is not a crime and often enough buys a charity. "I'll come again at dusk," he said, "to admire how well you do not thank me." "You needn't admire anything here," Roderick said. He thought of saying more and decided the extra coin would buy another man's temper. Edric made a flourish of agreement, as if given a better line than the one he had prepared, and left. When the light drew its lid down over the yard, they fed the steps a last time under the letter of the feast rule, as if every night for a while would need the precedent kept clean. Cakes into niches, milk in thin curves on stone. The 6th nook left empty because sometimes refusing barter is the best gift. The small bell under its cloth tried one shy vibration and found its voice caught. The well warmed a breath and cooled. The rope across the round room hummed like a quail when it approves of a thicket. The chains laid on the lines of hemp-learned patience. The first knock after dark came polite from the sealed slit because appetite has a sense of theater. No one answered. The second came under the longhouse floor where iron slept without song. Men remembered to smile at one another in the old way, tight, a courtesy offered to fear. The third came not as a knock at all, but as a breath drawn at 5 points in the yard at once. Well, trap, slit, tower, threshold, and then released when no one deigned to name it. For a long peace, there was nothing else. Quiet feasted, the way quiet does when men agree to set their plates and keep their eyes to their own portions. Roderick sat at the longhouse table and felt his men listening to one another's breath, and to the rope under the earth, and to the bell's remembered ambitions. He could feel the keys under his cloak and did not touch them. Ownership is sometimes the refusal to check. Halfway to the hour men misname so it will hurry, the change came as lightly as a hair on skin. The round room below leaned with its attention. Something above the rope rolled forward like a will deciding to be company. It stopped above the center place and pressed, a pressure asking for courtesy in return. The chain hummed and the rope held, and the pressure moved away along the line and returned at the left and then at the right, testing whether patience would run dry at the edges. It did not. Then the thankful man returned, because some plays cannot resist their third act. He brought nothing in his hands, but a voice warmed for benches and evenings when it is good to pretend that the world pauses to hear itself pleasant. He stood at the crown of the bridge and spoke, not loud and not soft. "Lord Vale," he called, "I have come to admire your feast of quiet. May I praise your restraint? May I share a silence under your eaves? May I bring you this, a word from a city where men write laws on stone." Roderick stood at the midpoint with Halden and 2 spears. "Share your silence from there," he said. "Keep your word. We have our own." Edric smiled, and the second shadow at his boots leaned forward like a child reaching for the bowl he's been told is not for him. "You are not kind," he said, as if that were a virtue that could be traded for something real. "I approve. Kindly men give away the best parts of themselves to anything with a mouth." "We have a mouth," Roderick said, glancing toward the well with a level disregard. "It eats at dusk. It mines rope. It knows its place." Edric's smile made a smaller shape, the way a coin looks thinner when the king's face wears down. "For now," he said, "as men say when they mean to come back, when the barrel is less watched. I will hear your law at noon tomorrow, like a good neighbor." He tipped his cap and went, rode under his boots, second shadow sulky and clever. Night finished itself in the manner of a craftsman who has found his rhythm. No incident given room to grow into a story. No chain allowed to sing. No bell permitted a single sweep. Men slept and woke and slept again in tatters that mended into enough. When gray seeped under shutters and made a claim on lines and edges, Armand shrugged off his blanket and went to the ledger because he had become the sort of man who believed news could be coaxed if asked early. The page held one new line only, pressed shallow and neat, as if the hand that made it had not wanted to bruise anything with final advice. Count in threes when you bargain and fours when you build. Tie rope where pride stands straight. Burn what carries hair. Write what you keep. Keep what you write. When thanks knocks, feed it bread from your hand and say nothing. If it grows tired of your silence, it will carry its own voice away. Armand read it, and Roderick read it over his shoulder, and Halden listened to the shape the words gave the room, which was steadier than wind, more useful than prayer. They closed the ledger not as you close a book, but as you set a lid on a jar. As part of the work of keeping, they did not go under that morning. They left the ropes to remember their use, and the chains to feel their own weight. They walked the yard and found places where law could be hammered in. Not syllables, but pegs and braces and bars and hooks. Roderick put men to cut new cup holes for bars on doors that had never respected the idea. He sent Jory to notch the granary threshold so the trap would seat without needing a man's full arm on it every time. He stood beside the well and laid his palm on the top stone and said, gently as a father instructs a child, "Eat at dusk. Mind rope. Leave names." No answer came, and that was answer enough. At second light into third, Edric No kept his promise like a neighbor who expects credit for self-control. He stopped at the crown of the bridge with snow on his coat and patience in his shoulders. "Lord Vale," he said, cheerful as a good host denied, a skill learned by men who prefer to win the next evening instead of the last. "A new day. I have brought bread for a boy and a word for a house." Roderick lifted a heel of bread and set it on the nearest pin because the page had told him how to make courtesy without starting a debt. The boy with the red thread came out from behind, had his bulk as if the string pulled him, looked at the bread, looked at the two men, and took it. The thread sagged a finger. Hedda kept her face like a locked chest and winter's own. She gave Edric no eyes. "And your word?" Roderick asked. "My word is later," Edric said sweetly. "I keep roads. I keep hours. I keep books. I will come when you are tired of saying no to your own mouths." "You'll come when no one is counting your shadows," Halden said. "Perhaps," Edric allowed, as if they had complimented his coat. He tipped his brim and turned. As he went, the second shadow at his heels kicked up bits of snow like a boy feigning carelessness. When it met the print where the chest had sat days ago, it paused and then stepped around, the way a man on good terms with his luck will walk around a spot where someone else spilled wine. When he was gone, and the wind had filled the gap he left with exactly as much sound as his presence had displaced, Roderick breathed out and looked at his men and at the work they had made of their fear. "We'll write it again," he said, a little rough. "On wood, on lintels, on our mouths." So they wrote, a neat hand on parchment, a laboring hand on wood, a knife edge on lintel stone where law lives longer than script. They wrote dusk above the granary door. Veils leave on the trap straight. NAMES stay on the longhouse threshold. Armand traced letters on his own palm and closed his fist over them like a man hiding a charm. Halden, who had never loved letters and said so, learned to hear the shape of the rules in the phrases and make a cadence of them when he spoke to squads. That night no bell tried to lift its mouth. The round room rolled its weight once, then thought better. The stair ate, tidy as a careful child. No cough tried to fit itself to their names. The thankful man did not come. Hedda's boys slept with their threads slack enough to let wrists swell with warmth. Morwen dreamed of ledgers that did not thirst. Jory snored like a saw. The forge boy's hands rested in his own lap, as if they trusted him. Before dawn, the ledger gave Armand one last gift in the only language it knew. A margin note, pressed so lightly it might have been wish rather than rule. Keep the cake sweet in lean years.
Do not teach it salt.
He rubbed chalk over the words and smiled a humorless, grateful smile. He had enough salt of his own. When the day came honest for once, clean and flat and stingy, Roderick stood on the southern walk above a yard bored by fear and took inventory like a bailiff counting winter. Bars seated, hooks hung, ropes tied, chains lying with the manners forged into them. He put his palm to stone and found it as cold as stone should be. He said the law once more for the wood and for the walls and for the men, because repetition is a plow and fields like to feel it when the season's right. The cakes are given by Veil's leave. The steps are fed at dusk and not at any other hour. Names belong to the hall and not to the stair. He did not say thank you to anyone for anything. He took bread from Kai's hand and nodded and chewed and swallowed and let his jaw do the speaking. Pride sat on him like mail, no prettier than yesterday, but made for this weather. In the round room far below, something like a will turned a quarter inch and then stopped, not defeated, but newly honest. In the tower, the small bell kept its temper. In the well, warmth withdrew under stone and kept to its side of the pact. In the slit behind the pantry, wax held like a bite that refuses to bleed. Edric no-walked the river bend at mid-morning and bent to peer into the water where the ferryman plants his pole. He smiled as if the river had told him a joke that would keep. He did not come up the path. Men like him do not spend their afternoons where laws are being written by men who mean them. The boy with the thread came to the bridge once more, not to ask and not to trade. He held up his wrist as if to show Roderick the slack in it, and then dropped his arm and went back to Hedda's yard to learn whatever law mothers make. Morwen tallied sacks and made a mark in a book that would matter to someone's grandchild. Armand mended the spine of the ledger with wax and twine. If a book can have a season, this one had had its winter and had earned a confident spring. Halden walked the wall and taught the word no to the places that would test it. By noon, men ate without looking at the tower. By dusk, cakes went where cakes go with less ceremony and the same care. At moonrise, nothing important happened, which is the surest sign of a law come to live with a house. Long after, men would tell the story different ways. How the new lord bound his keep with rope and bread. How a scholar sang into stone until it knew its place. How a captain laid chains on something that could not stand to be named and made it mind itself. Some would say a traveler with a city coat stood on a bridge and never set foot past the first pin, and that was his defeat. Some would say it was his victory because he could come and go. Stories are like wells. They take what is thrown and keep what they please. What the men in the yard knew, and what the wood and stone learned, was simpler. That a mouth under earth will eat rules if you teach it to, and that a bell will mind if you tie its tongue with kindness and weight, and that a house with a law in it is a better neighbor to a valley than a house with a clever man is to himself. Winter held on by its teeth. The road wrote slow lines under it. Bread went scarce, and then sufficient, and then scarce again. They kept milk and cakes at dusk. They did not cut hair for rope. They spoke names indoors and swallowed the urge to decorate sentences with grace. Sometimes, in the very small hours, Roderick would wake to feel the keys knock his breastbone once. a soft confirmation that bone and iron agreed. He would lie still and let quiet come lay its weight over him like a second cloak, and he would not say thank you to it, not even once. He had learned gratitude is best shown by keeping your side of a bargain without asking for applause. On the last night that felt like the first night, years from now, or only 3 days, who can say in houses like this, the stair would breathe, and the rope would hum, and the well would be a well. Someone would knock, polite, 3 times, and the longhouse would not answer. And out on the bridge, when the snow remembered it could be water, a man in a fine coat would stand where he had always stood and count his shadows and decide, for now, to keep walking